and later became coordinator for the value-added tax when it was introduced, withdrawn, and reintroduced. We have had tax officials who have done their work without fear of favor. That is another form of corruption. If you interfere, often we see corruption in terms of, graft, taking money. No, but when you disrupt institutions, you corrupt the institution, right? When you don't appoint the right leadership, you corrupt, those institutions. And that's when the Flight Lieutenant talks about integrity, probity, and accountability. These are some of it's deeper, right? Now, let me give you, I know that I don't have to take too much time, but let me give you two other examples.
Sure.
If you look at the establishment of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, and that then, I see, your shift, probably you remember, under Chachuchikata, and all that, when he's not just known for the Supreme Court, he was the first chief executive. You remember Salt Pond, you remember oil rigs, everything, various things that came with it. That is what has led to Ghana going into the oil era.
Yeah.
The leadership, and that again. Another example, if I may, is up to 1993, it was often tough to pay cocoa farmers. And then the cocoa loan, syndication loan was put in place. And over time, Cocoa Board has come to, in terms of that financing, a global, structure, because it's able to borrow at, LIBOR plus 2%, which even the nation, sovereign bond, cannot borrow at that. Then that is the structure that was put in place under the then chief executive, Mr. Newman, who became Professor Emeritus Chief of Staff. He was then the head of chief, and continues to today. And you can agree with me that as far as the cocoa sector is concerned, coming out of the bushfires of those days and everything, cocoa farmers can sell their produce and know that it will be paid for. Of course, there's the corrupt aspects of they being cheated in terms of weight and the rest. But as far as the mechanism for payment is concerned, and something which we protected as, finance minister. So, if you mention my involvement, after I left the country and came back towards the tail end of, joining it has a precedent. And for me, I was witness, to that economic transformation. I was a participant, courtesy, and I would say then that is when, I got to know him particularly with you. Of course, you start your career at the distance, but as you, particularly with the VAT, that's when, and I must say that he never forgets. He remains when he sees you. Set, how are you?
Was he a very difficult person to work with? Since he stood for certain, he's noted for his discipline. He's noted for his candid observations and candid conversation with an individual, and he would say it as it is. Was he a very difficult person to relate to?
I would say yes and no. I would say that I would say that for those of us who have the benefit of knowing him over a long period of time, that those are often to a common good. His positions are often to a common good. And let me give you one experience. When I was in office,
right. I think viewers, you are watching pictures of the filing past, and I think we just saw the filing past of party chairman, the NDC party chairman, Ofosu Ampofo, and then so it means that we're seeing the executives of the NDC coming filing past the former founder and leader of the NDC, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. This is the. There's a rival of the NDC party. I can see the General Secretary Johnson Asidun Ketia. I've seen Ofosu Ampofo. So we are seeing the political leadership of the NDC, the party that the former president founded. Right. So
yes, so I was just saying that once he knew it was it takes, especially those who have gone through his hand, who something that happened in the Ministry of Finance. And you wouldn't believe it. Flight Lieutenant Rawlings has said, and he came to the ministry. He met my absence. And he said, well said. And he was told I had gone to the Flagstaff House or some other meeting. Okay, so he said to tell him I came here. And
thank you so much.
I went back, and you could see that it was for concern that could this be true? Of you, that is the man.
So, in writing my memoirs, I have to be very.
Well, the first thing is that I just didn't live in his time. He was somebody who was very close to. I worked with him for over 20, 30 years, so I should know the kind of person he was. And I've known him since I was an infant. We were in a school called the Sisam School in the early 50s. I was in the kindergarten and he was in the primary school. So, he was somebody I've known. But we got together. Through that, we established a very good relationship that lasted.
That lasted years, over 2 decades. Let me also quickly introduce another gentleman. This one is, so I told you that I have a very tough customer with me, but now I think this one is a tougher customer. The General Secretary of the NDC, the party that former President Rawlings founded, Mr. Johnson Asidun Ketia. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Right. We have the man Rawlings, not in person, but have the man Rawlings that we have all loved and seen and observed and witnessed, now in a casket lying in front of us. We are now mourning him, and in the next 2 days he would go to put his mortal remains to the grave. Johnson Asidun Ketia, General Secretary of the NDC. You know former President Rawlings very well.
Very well.
His values, probity, accountability, and integrity are those ones that you know he would not joke with. Right. What are you thinking of once you see The mortal remains in the casket at the Accra International Conference Center.
Well, thank you very much, my brother. I knew and identified with President Rawlings many years before I met him as a person. We were students in those days when the revolution happened, and were in our various communities at that time. So I participated in funding the revolutionary organs in my locality without having seen President Rawlings. And I performed all my roles as a cadre in those days, upgraded to become a member of parliament before meeting President Rawlings. So here is somebody whose works speak for him. So I have no doubt in my mind that the same way that I adored him before meeting him, even in his absence, his works will remain with Ghanaians. But as I see the body lying in state now, what I'm thinking about is whether his sacrifices have been worthwhile or he came to toil in vain. Because we are living in the Ghana today that in many ways looks like the last days of Kutua Champong. And if President Rawlings came to fight against the ills that were happening during Kutua Champong's time, and the very day he's being buried, the same ills persist, then the question that arises is, his sacrifices, were they in vain? That is what is I've been thinking about all morning since I got up to come and see our idol lying in state.
Lying in state. But this says you belong to the party that he formed, the party that he founded. And he set rules. You have beliefs and genuine trust in the way forward. Do you think that the party that he has left behind is still as intact, as solid, and as vibrant as when he was leading the party? Because he was the people's man.
I believe very much so. And I tend to believe that even in his absence, the party will grow stronger. The reason was that, there were many African statesmen who died with the parties they founded because they never allowed the party to operate independently of the founders. President Rawlings was not like that. And everybody can attest to the fact that at some point he appeared to have hands off completely NDC. And he watched NDC still perform. So it is in times like this that his decision to, if you like, distance himself a little bit about the day-to-day running of the party can best be judged. Because if he had remained very much involved, very much at the center of every decision making, then today that is no more, then you can begin to be thinking about the shocks and how we can recover and so on. This situation is not like that. And I believe that his decision to wean himself of the day-to-day running of the party has been useful.
Very useful. Mr. Fritz Bafo, you worked with Rawlings. Before you joined him to support him achieve a set goals, at any point in time, did he demonstrate to you that he was being fulfilled, that the things that I wanted to lay, the foundation I wanted to lay, was yielding dividends?
Well, I have to be very honest. When I came back from my studies abroad, I was a bit of a libertarian. So when I got into the situation where there had been a military insurrection in this country, and the disciplines that were being held, sometimes overboard, I was a little taken aback. But I sat down with some friends of mine, whom I won't mention, who were very influential in the country. And they convinced me that I'd been away for a long time and I hadn't seen the way Ghana had descended into a very bad state before Flight Lieutenant General John Rawlings and his comrades came into power. And so when I finally met him, I put it to him. When I met him again, I put it to him, and he explained to me, and I was actually very convinced, and I've remained convinced to this day that he really loved this country, and he was there for the con man, because we have to understand that the man on the street is the most important factor in the development of this country. If we ignore them, it's at our peril. And that is why he formed that party. And that's why that party has become the party actually of the people. And we have to relate to the people. Because when you talk about poverty, accountability, and social justice, all right, it is for the quantum, the huge quantum of our people in this country, the majority of the people, the man on the street who is struggling, who is trying to do the best for himself. Because even if we talk about upward mobility, it comes from the masses. And it's the masses who will actually create a situation where the country is. And one of the reasons why people respect Ghanaians is because of the political know-how of the average man on the street. The average man on the street is, you should never ever ignore him. And we've seen it in the recent elections, where monies were being thrown left, right, and center. People thought that you could buy the man on the street. You can't buy him, because at the end of the day, he's the one who actually creates the situation for the country to go on. And we've seen ourselves that you can't take them for granted. People who thought they would remain in politics for a long time have been shunted aside. And now we have a situation in this country which is unique and which could harbor well for this country. So I believe that Jerry John Rawlings' ambition to make the man on the street a worthy weapon in the social advancement of our great Republic of Ghana has been realized to a certain, and we've got to continue. We really have to work very hard, and that relies on the leadership of the NDC and the legacy of Jerry John Rawlings.
Sure. Now, if you look at General Secretary, now Fritz Barfoot saying that if looking at it from where he sits, it looks as if the values that Flight Lieutenant Rawlings stood for are not dead. They are still active. That how do we sustain, how do you move it, and at the same time ensure that the integrity of the diplomatic Ghana is maintained?
Thank you very much. The way to go now is to see the values that he stood for and preached for, not as exclusively values for NDC. If we did that, then we stand a chance of losing out. Yeah. But I'm happy that he's been given a state barrier, and that after this, we all as a nation look at the principles he stood for, assess them whether they are relevant to our well-being as a country. And then we decide to commit ourselves, irrespective of any political party you belong to. Democracy is about accountability. Democracy is about probity. And so saying that you believe in probity and accountability does not make you exclusively an NDC person. It is actually a value that will help any democracy anywhere. He preached also about the principle that whatever concerns all must be decided by all. That is participatory governance. And so if we accept that participatory governance is useful to us as a country, you don't need to be an NDC person to believe in participatory governance. Along that principle, he introduced the youth into politics. Before we grew up, before you talk about somebody being a member of parliament, DC or something, that person will be around beyond 50, 60 years and so on. It was Jerry Rawlings who felt that, well, if we are building the society for everybody, then everybody must have a say in the decisions that we are making today that will build, that will create a certain future. And so then the youth must participate. The women constitute more than 50% of our population. So if we say we are building a Ghana that will be useful to every Ghanaian, then the women must have a role. So believing in participatory democracy does not make you exclusively an NDC person. So if we view those principles along those lines, we will benefit as a country. When we talk about accountability, there are many people who tend to think that accountability is just about holding financial resources, utilizing them, and accounting. Jerry Rawlings was more focused on accountability for power, and that every power that a leader exercises is given to him or her by the people. So decisions that are taken or how that power is utilized, the leaders must account to those who gave them the power. And so when today you see people talking about rigging of elections and so on, it's a means of avoiding accountability to the people. Because if you use the people's power, and elections is a major accountability mechanism, and you want to dodge the logic of elections through rigging, it means that you are declaring yourself unaccountable to the people who gave you the power. And so these are some of the principles, and he spoke about social justice as well, that everybody must be his brother's keeper. Those who are able to be able to survive. And so government has a role in that type of mediation to make sure that people will have the opportunity to utilize their talents to their maximum. But when they succeed, they owe it a responsibility to contribute through taxes so that other people can also survive. Them in our national values. Unfortunately, people tend to look at exclusively the excesses of the revolution, and then they want to judge President Rawlings by the excesses of the revolution. That would be unfortunate for our country.
That's right. Mr. Fritz Waffle, let me come to you now. You were with Rawlings. If I can go back to Sincerely Yours, there was to achieve something. And how did he believe?
It's very instrumental in the when it started with this, my idea was the Ghanaians didn't know enough about themselves in terms of the Ghanaians who had gone abroad and the Ghanaians who were in Ghana. So I started off by going to talk to Ghanaians abroad about the circumstances in which led them to be abroad and how they felt about it. The situation was that you had a program which was to get Ghanaians to ask questions that I could ask the questions on behalf of Ghanaians. Then we concentrated on Ghana and going through every nook and cranny of the country in order for Ghanaians to appreciate that we were one nation and one people. We are a fantastic country because our riverine system allowed us never to fight over water. So we didn't really have internecine warfare except for Little's Fall. Most Ghanaians cannot say that they belong to one particular and then we had of having a president like Kwame Nkrumah who wanted to mold us into one people. We went to secondary schools, we went to schools where we met people from different areas of Ghana. So therefore, that was part of that intention and objective.
the principle of holding ourselves accountable to the masses. In itself, a guide for all Ghanaians. Our expectation international has records about the performance of every government in Ghana as far as corruption and anti-corruption are concerned. And clearly, NDC stands up. All the NDC governments stand up clearly on top of all the other governments that have run this country. So that is the way we want to demonstrate that these are values that Ghana as a society will benefit from. And it is not exclusively NDC alone. To tell you what, when we're getting to the end of the revolution, there was a big debate within the PNDC and the cadres. You had a certain group of cadres who felt that the ills of is there. Rigging election is no different from a coup d'etat. So that is still there. And then a dictator remains a dictator whether they are elected or they come through a coup d'etat. And then that is also around. And then you have a situation where you are having rule by law instead of rule of law. You understand? If you are not careful, a dictator can use the very tools of democracy to kill democracy. And so these are things that some of our cadres who felt strongly that multi-party democracy will not deliver the right democracy decided not to have anything to do with it. Those of us who felt that, well, democracy has its ills, but there's no better alternative. So let us go with it. And that's why we are here. So it is for Ghanaians to demonstrate that it is worthwhile pursuing this multi-party
agenda. Thank you so much, General Secretary Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Viewers, we were watching the funeral of the former president, Jerry John Rawlings, at the Kwame Nkrumah Conference Center, at the Accra International Conference Center. And I am still here with Mr. Fritz Bafo. Mr. Fritz Bafo is still with me. And then we have been joined by Elvis Afriye Ankra, the former sports minister. Elvis, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Right. I know you believed, you love the man that we are observing. We are getting ready to go to put his mortal remains to the grave. And the values and ideals he stood for were those things that really encouraged the youth and moved the country on. Now the man is lying motionless in front of us in a casket. If I should ask you, what is going on in your mind? Because since his death, we're thinking that it's far away. But now we have seen that it is very close. By Wednesday, he will be sent to the cemetery. What is going on in your mind?
Many things. I shed a tear this morning. When he died, I kept telling people that it was so real. It was very difficult to accept. So Rawlings is gone. He was a very larger than life figure, personality, full of energy and everything. And the way he just died suddenly, on that day. So it was a bit unreal. But this is the reality. He's there. We can all see him. And it's very sad. But at the same time, since the funeral process started, I've listened to people who otherwise were supposed to be his fiercest critics, and the things that they've been saying. And the point is not just saying things because when somebody dies, we don't speak ill of the dead, but the things they are saying are facts. And this is a man who lived according to his convictions, and he has been consistent to the last day. Look, I've been around a little. We know what presidents in these parts of the world do. This is a man who lived a very simple life. Where are his houses? Both locally and abroad. He has no property anywhere in this world. What he preached, what he espoused, he lived it to the letter. He didn't go for self-aggrandizement. He kept his faith with the people. He came for the ordinary people. If you know this country very well, and you know places like the Afram Plains and the northern parts of this country, and you look at this man's commitment to extending water, rural electrification to these parts, and the impact that this has had on the lives of these people, then you will know that indeed this is a man who was genuinely committed to the welfare of the ordinary people. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't political gimmick or propaganda. It was a genuine and sincere commitment to see to the betterment of the lives of the ordinary people. So for me, those are values that we should all pursue. That when you get opportunity and you get into power, it's not an opportunity for self-aggrandizement. It's not an opportunity for stealing the nation's wealth. It's not an opportunity for looting, but it's an opportunity to make a positive impact on the lives of the people, both in terms of practical things like water, electricity, roads, but also in terms of the values that you impart into the people. Probity, integrity, accountability, service to the people, humility. These are values that are beginning to get lost in our body politic. And I think that this death should serve as an opportunity for us to rekindle those principles, especially among the up-and-coming generation. Young people who want to enter politics, what is their motivation? Is it because of land cruisers? Is it because they want to amass wealth? Or is it because they are convinced that they can use state resources and the state power to better the lives of people? I think that should be the central debate or theme as we discuss the demise of J.G.
As we discuss the death of former President Rawlings. Now, this man, this is a man that the people loved. Had it not been covered, Mr. Fred Wafu, have it not been covered, I think that by this time, this conference center would have been besieged. It would be near stampede. But because of COVID, now how would we encourage the others there that look, you will not be left out? The important thing is that let us recognize the disease and see how best we can manage it. How? What would be your position on that?
One thing I'll say is that the late Jerry John Rawlings was very concerned about the personal welfare of the Ghanaian. He talked about family planning, he talked about sanitation, and you mentioned the Cape Coast incident. You were seeing pictures of him actually going into gutters and making sure that we were doing something about sanitation. And so, it was said earlier on in the commentary that, and I think you said it, that COVID should not end the sanitary practices that we're using now, like using sanitizers and washing our hands and keeping ourselves clean and keeping our environments clean. That is the way that it's got to go. COVID has brought it home to us that if we don't look after ourselves, all right, then the environment is going to destroy us. And so therefore, that is where we've got to go. We've got to realize life's real lessons about the fact that we're suffering from a disease that we can't understand because we've been careless and because we've not been upholding the protocols that are normal. I'm sure if we were cleaner, if Ghana was a more sanitary, where we had a clean environment and we're looking after ourselves, I don't think that the impact of the virus would have been as such as is now. And we wouldn't have to have force being used and people being arrested and punitive measures in order for you to uphold things that will keep you alive. So it's just a question of us changing on our attitudes. Ghanaians need an attitudinal change. We can't keep on taking things for granted and expecting that there will not be an the COVID. Most people are withdrawn, and so therefore, in terms of celebrating the life of this man, has not become an outwardly thing. lessons he left behind, that we have to take care of ourselves. We have to take care of ourselves. It is not about entitlement anymore. It's about responsibility, not only to yourself, but to the society you belong to.
Sure. Elvis, as a former sports minister, Minister of Youth and Sports, now COVID is now turning its attention and the focus is now going to the youth now. Now the young ones are catching COVID. We thought that the young ones were out, so it was people with underlying conditions that would be falling victims to this, but now the young ones are catching this one. Now, how do we let the youth understand that this is the only way forward? Please, forget about this. Just take good care of your health and yourself and society at large.
I think part of it is what Senior Fred said. We need to be conscious and take care of ourselves. But I think there's a certain dimension too that is very important. We need to be honest. The state is not being honest with us in terms of the numbers. I had COVID, and I made it a point to let everybody around me know. I tested positive. My daughter came from Canada. She wasn't well. She went to test. She tested positive. So we decided to go and test. In my household, myself, my daughter, my wife, we had COVID. I made a conscious effort not to hide it. Strangely enough, when you talk to other people, then they'll say, "Oh, I also had it, oh." Really? You had it and you kept it quiet and you were walking around. That is the biggest danger. Because when you have it and you don't go into isolation or you don't let people know, then you keep on spreading all over the place. So what I did was, when I had it, I went to the village. Even though I was not very sick, I just retreated to the village till I came back, did my test, and I was negative. That is what is lacking. It is not a sexually transmitted disease. It is not because of something that you have done. It's a virus. It can happen to anybody. So when you have it, it is not a shameful thing to admit that you have it or you've had it. So that you use yourself to educate people, tell people, look, this is what happened and this is what I did and this is how I got out of it. People are keeping quiet about it and spreading it, and people are dying, and people die and people don't even know that they died of COVID. They died of COVID. So for me, that's another dimension, because when I put it on our platform and I told everybody I'm out of the scene because I had COVID, the number of people who came in and told me they also had it or they had it, and they were all, walking around and nobody knew they had it. So for me, that is another dimension. Let's take out the stigma. Sure. It is not your fault. You can do whatever it is, it may happen. So one, as Senior Frey said, take all the preventive measures. Wash your hands regularly, wear your nose masks, do the social distancing, and we also have local remedies that we all use, the neem tree and all that. They work, so do everything that you have to do. But if, God forbid, you get it, you haven't gone to commit any crime. So immediately isolate and let people know and seek treatment. Then you can save your life, because otherwise it will kill you. Sure. We are now seeing many, many prominent people, and the number of people that we are hearing they are dead is just a little percentage of the people who are actually dying. The people we are hearing they are dead are because they are prominent people, but many ordinary people are dying, and therefore it is important that we all be on guard. But in terms of the funeral, I think that Rawlings said something classical when they wanted to name one of the FPSOs after him. He said, "I don't want my name to be written on any physical object, but I want to remain in the hearts of the people." So whether people come here physically or not, the impact of Rawlings' deeds and his life is in the hearts of the people wherever they are all over the world. And for me, that is more than enough.
That is very wonderful. So here we are. We are still at the Accra International Conference Center, observing the funeral of the former president, the late Jerry John Rawlings, died at age 73. Mr. Elvis Afri Ankra, I think I thank you, and you can take leave of us.
Thank you very much.
And then I wish you a healthy stay. Right. So, Mr. Fritz Bafu. Mr. Fritz.
Yes.
Mr. Fritz Bafu. Now let's look at. I think we'll see Is that not? That says because of the face marks, I don't even want to guess.
That is Yasantua.
Yasantua, yes.
Yes, the second daughter.
Yes. Yes. that is it. You see, that's a very difficult time. There's a very difficult time, and but then this is an indication to all of us that family values are extremely important. We need to care for one another. And if you look at pictures like this, look at the way someone is holding her, comforting her. This is what we're supposed to demonstrate. And that if we don't do this, Mr. Fritz Waffle, do we still have a very solid family values in this country?
Yes, I mean, the thing is that it's always the majority. It's the minority that give the majority a bad name. Looking at this picture of Yasantua going through paroxysms of sorrow, is because the father was a family man, despite all the responsibilities heaped on him as a head of state. He spent time with them, and yesterday, and this is Rawlings, yesterday we were at the vigil, and I had the opportunity to interview Zanetta, the eldest daughter, and she said some remarkable things about him, how he cared about them and cared about their welfare. And I think that is so with a lot of Ghanaians. It's not only limited to the well-to-do. Ghanaians care about their children. They care about their families, and that's why we spend so much time on funerals, basically because that is the time when families get together over solemn issues and then meet each other. The family system is still intact, but we've got to do a lot more to work for it to be modernized. All right, we can, for instance, I'm totally against widowed rights, where women are ill-treated because they've lost their husbands and things like that. We've got to look at the traditions that are negative and try and adopt more positive and progressive traditions that will enhance family life. But we have a situation that a lot of people don't understand. The demographic situation in Ghana is different from, let's say, 20 or 30 years ago. If you look at, after the last census, we found out that the majority of Ghanaians now live in urban areas. While 20 years or so before that census, it was, I think, 65% of Ghanaians lived in urban areas and another 35 lived in rural areas and 35 lived in urban. So we've got a very big migration from the rural parts of Ghana to the urban parts of the country. And we have a situation where they have not actually kept we have not raised the infrastructure. The infrastructure development has not met with the influx of people. And so therefore there's a break in the family system in many places. But if we use the right kind of social policies, I think that we can arrest that.
That's right. Now, let me quickly introduce another tough customer with me in the studio. This is Mr. Nana Atodazi. Nana Atodazi, you are Chief of Staff. Yes, you are Chief of Staff during Rawlings' time. So it means that you're very close to him. But I know that your life and everything, you have really lived very close to the man lying in state today. Right. How?
Sure, yeah.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Still stunned, because for many of us, Rawlings will never die. His ideas, of course, will still live on. And simply couldn't comprehend, understand how Rawlings will be found lying in state. Okay. Who is a big boy, who is a mega man. In 30 years, he dominated the political space of this country. From 1979 through to 2001, He was the only leader, the icon. I happen to have had an opportunity of going to work with him one-on-one for literally 19 years. At the PNDC and his presidential tenure, 1 and 2. I also had the privilege of sharing his desk in his office. You understand? Also had the privilege of, together with one Elvis I, the two of us, were about the only ones who would stay up to 2 a.m., 3 a.m. with him before leaving for our various cubicles and come back at 6 a.m. next morning. I just went through, for literally 10 years. So you can understand what it is. I'm not here as a chief of staff. I can't be here as even as a special assistant. I'm here to mourn a big brother and a friend.
Was it difficult to work? He was so strict. He was a disciplinarian. He was so firm. He wants things to be done right, and you can see from from the job around him that he respects detail. Was it difficult to work?
Absolutely. I've just said that if you understand the principles on which J. Rawlings exists, works, which is enunciated everywhere, openness, transparency, okay? If you can maintain that, you can work with Rawlings for 100 years, a century. Because he believes in trust. He relies on trust.
But he was
and I remember right from the word go, he tells me, look, if you can't do the job I assigned you, just tell me. I'll look for somebody else who can do it. That doesn't mean that you are useless. Maybe you have some challenge not being able to do that.
But he was a workaholic. He was a workaholic. How did you survive it? How many hours of the day would you? I think he's someone who would even need an extra hours to add up to the day, because the day is 24 hours was too short.
Yeah. I mean, there was a period of sacrifice. It was a tough period. It's a period that must be recorded in this country. That the strength of today stands on the in the shoulders of the sacrifices of yesteryear. You understand? We went through a period from 1981, 82, 83, 84. Nobody was paid a salary or a wage. Nobody expected any. We literally were living on a cup of coffee that you would provide during our office hours. You understand? It's a little piece of... It was a tough time. I come from a private legal practice. I could afford everything. I sacrificed everything. He sacrificed his whole family. There are some things which cannot be said now. Maybe after the barrier and whatnot, he sacrificed his family, his children. It was a tough time. The PNDC itself could first taste a meal, like some rape or something, a little bit, maybe in 1987, 88. Long hours worked. He traveled every single village in this country, and they loved him for it. You understand? He tried his hands at pounding fufu, lying in tents infested with serpents, whatnot. These are realities, But his was to make sure that the people of this country were empowered. That's all.
That's all.
So that was his biggest secret. If you could get them to stand up, even to challenge illegal or unlawful authority. No, he said it was a military background from the do and before you complain. But he said there was a new trend under which, in the American system or so, your officer will have to show you the promotional, marks before he enters. He said you have the right to stand up.
Did he at any point in time, in your conversations, private conversations with him, did he at any point in time give the indications that we are on the good track, we are on the right track, we are going to be successful, so let us push on? Or it got to a time that he realized that those people were not with him?
But the point I'm making is that what you are seeing today, sits on very challenging period that we went through the first 10 years in PNDC. You understand? And it was at the period when it was greatly vilified. People called him a dictator, brutal murderer, all kinds of things. A revolutionary, turning the apple cart and all that. That's why they saw him. You understand? The fourth constitution, Republican era, was launched. He is the father of the fourth republic.
Yes, constitution.
He voluntarily stepped down. He stepped out of his military boots and donned a fugu and a jacket to contest. Nobody could have stopped him if he had wanted to continue.
Other leaders, that was the next question I was going to ask. That other countries, other leaders, other presidents amended constitution.
Two tenures later.
Yes, amended constitution.
2 tenures later, 4 years. He opted to step down and respect the constitution that he created. And I always remember what President Mandela, the note, the bar, sent to our office on that occasion. He said, that singular act, Jerry Rawlings represented one of the rarest pearls on the shores of Africa. Who will voluntarily step down when he has an opportunity to continue? Even when their tenure is on, look into Ivory Coast, Nigeria, everywhere, Togo, all the challenges that we're facing in Africa today. It's as a result of, leadership crisis. People who do not want to lead, the fear for the unknown.
No. Now let me now ask this question, Mr. Nanato, that the youth, the young ones that he came to encourage, he came to bolden, he came to fight for. Do we see the youth understanding and knowing and loving Ghana enough as he did love Ghana?
Well, I think that's one of the biggest problems that we face, and probably his party, the NDC, must take up that challenge. You see, it's a question of education. We don't even have a history of Rawlings. We don't have the history of his actions, what took place. You know that? We must propagate his ideas. He came up at the time he was with the youth. I'm sorry, anyway, on the 30s. Some of us were a little older, maybe 30, 31. Any, that will be 27, you know. But we must continue with this program, you know. But you see, the world has changed with the new information order. When CNN and others are all there, they open into our rooms every day, every morning. First thing you turn on, our children, that's what they see. They think that is the world. They don't know how they sacrifice to make their world. Get me? So we must pull ourselves, get me, as Ghanaians, to try and instill in our own children the values, you know, of being a Ghanaian. We must have an objective, clear vision. You know, for Jerry Rawlings, he fought against anything that was anti-Ghana and fought for everything that will be pro-Ghana. I think that with that kind of ideology, it should be possible to define, let our people know what is it that makes a Ghanaian proud to be a Ghanaian. What was it that made people in Nigeria, Ivory Coast, and other places at the time, Togo, call for a Rawlings in their countries? It was an embarrassing situation for him. So, the principles of probity, accountability, transparency, you know, these are not idealistic things. We must break them down. But he lived it. It's possible.
Yes. So he lived it. Nana Tudazi, he lived it. Mr. Fritz Bafu. Now we are looking and we are talking about a man who for 19 years supported this country, led this country, moved this country. Everything he did was to move this country to a brighter, a prosperous future. Right. And now, after 19 years, he walked off and left the scene and played an active role, because he was still talking probity, accountability, and he was talking about injustice, social justice. He kept talking about them. Does it mean that his demise, his death, will take away those words?
I hope and wish not. The thing is that there should always be continuity. People do things to sustain, to be sustained after they're gone. We still have a lot of people who love Kwame. We still have a lot of people who love the Busia Danko tradition. We've been privy, and I'd like to say that my brother here, Nanato Dadzi, was one of the closest people you could ever get to Jerry Rawlings as chief of staff. And he knows the work that we put in. And we've got to continue. And as the General Secretary of the NDC said, very honestly, it's not about the NDC, it's about Ghana.
It's about Ghana.
And I think that the lessons of the demise of our man, where everybody now realizes that he was a colossus. There are people in Ghana who only knew Jerry Rawlings and didn't know anyone else.
Yes.
If they can inculcate it, and we have the traditions and the history and the information, then we can sustain it. And I think that it behoves us, the two of us, and more, and all those who knew Jerry John Rawlings and admired him and believed in the tenets that he promulgated, push it on. Jerry Rawlings will always live. And then we can say Jerry never dies. Because he was a whirlwind, but a whirlwind that left a deposit of something positive in our society. So that is where we've got to take it. I think that his demise should not be the end. We're seeing a lot of people coming out after his demise to say that we will uphold his values. And I believe that if that happens, we won't have a problem.
If that happens, we won't have a problem. And now to that, looking at the Ghanaian society, will that happen?
Yes, I think specifically happen. But in fact, it has happened in some sense. You see, the Constitution of the Fourth Republic has actually incorporated some of the core ideals of Jerry Rawlings. When we talk about probity, accountability, and transparency, these were not all the features, some of them were not the features in the Third Republic, First, Second, Third Republic. But because of the events of 79, the issue of accountability, problem, and then that of transparency, because of the international decision, it's part of the Constitution of the Fourth Republic. It is that which gives every single MP now the strength and the right to stand up to say that what is happening is wrong, whether it's from a president right down to the ordinary policeman down the street. But these are ideals which we must imbibe. We should even teach the kids from the primary school. That's, you understand? I don't have to wait to say tell a lie. I won't tell a lie. I wouldn't disburse public funds. It's not mine. You understand? I won't abuse public trust. These are things which must be pushed for. The fourth, media, fourth estate, that's a huge business. And at times, when you hear people in opposition, Ghana, today you are in opposition.
It's more of
But if when you see people in opposition raise issues, we should be careful in analyzing what they are heading towards. Is it towards the national good, the national philosophy? Transparency, accountability, probity, equality. You see, justice. Those are from Nkrumah's days. Those are freedom and justice. But now it's freedom, justice, accountability, probity, transparency. You understand? It's been expanded. I'm saying that base is there. And it is now the period for education. And we should let people and encourage people and reward people who stand up to ensure that the right things are done.
Mr. Fred Baffo, immediately we're talking education. Now we know Papa J, where we got into, is a clear indication it is now the truth that we've lost him. So the next thing is that how do we teach the values he stood for? Now people are talking about what is that word? Is it about a foundation? A foundation is about what? Others are also saying that look, there should be a library. So if we have to establish a library in honor of all our heads of state, former presidents, and it has to go to a base, it has to go to maybe his hometown, where we can be teaching his people so that the people from the region can as well know that I can also be Papa J one day. This would have to come from Parliament. And I know that you were once a member of Parliament. Do you think that this idea can germinate from Parliament?
I don't think it's a parliamentary thing. Leaving it to Parliament would not be as effective as if we looked at the history of this country. The history of this country hasn't been properly written. I'll say that. I'm a lover of history. Most of our historians had political inclinations, so therefore they changed the narrative a little bit. We have to really work at it. Now, there's a document that I feel Ghanaians have turned their back on, which is one of the most well-written documents and most incisive documents on the Ghanaian that I know, and that is the review of the Constitution, the Fiajo Commission. Magnificent tool. And we can use that as a basis for doing proper research, social and historical research. Funded, that's when Parliament will come in. To back the funds.
Yes.
For a proper history of this country to be written. You understand? Devoid of the political machinations as to whether, that's a problem. And again, when we try to have tribal inclinations and things like that, we mess it up.
There's a reason why I asked the question.
Yes. So therefore, we really have to have a new narrative about Ghana for Ghanaians to understand. Because the old hackneyed term of tribe does not exist anymore. We all married out of our various comfort zones. Most Ghanaians are married out of their comfort zones. I know a lot of Ghanaians who don't even know which particular tribe they come from. You understand?
Yes. These days with names with name with hyphen in them. You have so and so that you cannot even locate the name to any.
So therefore, the thing is that we are gradually becoming a homogeneous society, and therefore the truth and the history has got to be told. And that, I believe, is that if we have the correct narrative, then we can educate on that narrative. And when the work we're doing now, the fact that you're actually interviewing people from different strands of society and people out there are listening, should help us.
Sure.
All right. And as he said, the media is should be very, very responsible in ensuring that we have a society that is responsible to itself and is not about entitlement. Unfortunately, at this moment, and I think it's just a phase, because if you're a student of history, you'll realize that countries go through phases. But at the bottom are the values that will always be concrete. And I think that this is a phase that we're going through. But I think that we have to start assuming that we are responsible to ourselves and to the society we belong to. And that we are not just entitled. It's not a privilege to be a Ghanaian. It is actually work to be a Ghanaian. You have to work hard to be a Ghanaian, to be responsible to yourself and to your community, to your neighbors and to your people. That is what is very, 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 very important. And if we have the right narrative to back this, I think that the tenets of Jerry Rawlings will not vanish.
Will not vanish.
Yeah, but just a little bit. You asked a question whether we should have a library or something. Jerry Rawlings is a very complex person. In 19 years, I knew him as a man who didn't encourage any emblems and statues and whatnot. Indeed, we did try to tackle the library where he used to live, And in his own lifetime, he generally scattered it. He refused to allow his picture to be mounted in offices. And these are very interesting features. So for us, we think that you have to examine the issue properly. Speaking for myself, I think that the Fourth Republican Constitution has built institutions of state which bear on the concepts that he lived by, that he espoused. Accountability, probity, and all that. We now have shrine. Okay? Let them work. Let them work. We have Yoko and whatnot. Let them do their work. We have a Attorney General's Department. Let them stand up as an independent body, as required by our Constitution. These are establishments which will live and perpetuate the memory of Jerry Rawlings. Because what he cannot be contained in a little structure. Maybe we can't have a structure where people can revert to as a rallying point. But Jerry Rawlings is bigger than that. He's larger than Ghana. In fact, he's larger than Africa. He's a voice in the international. So it's a very complex and delicate thing. What he never, wanted was to have a structure, a statute of him, and that is personal. One day, because of somebody's anger, they go and knock his statue down. Let his ideas live. He wishes to live in the hearts
of the people. Right, so we are still at the Accra International Conference Center, where we're observing the funeral of the former President Jerry John Rawlings. We still have the filing passed, and so I think I'll humbly take Honorable Fritz Baffo. I think you stand discharged.
Thank you very much.
And then Nana Atudadze, former Chief of Staff, you also stand discharged.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a pleasure having the two of you
Yeah.
to come to enrich our conversation this morning.
Thanks, Robert.
We're still at the Accra International Conference Center, where we are observing the funeral of the former President Jerry John Rawlings.
that we'll talk about. International Conference Center for a short break, and we are still at the Accra International Conference Center at the funeral of the former president, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. So, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, you're watching us live from the Accra International Conference Center. We will be playing a video that would be what has happened so far, what happened this morning. And we're still with me in the studio. I still have Captain Akakpo and Lieutenant Tay. So, Captain Akakpo, Lieutenant Tay, I think you have a very short break. We had to make way for some few interviews with some other political people. But we are back here, and we are now going to go to the beginning videos, pictures, what happened this morning, and then we will let you know what we have not shown to you from the morning. to rehearsals and you see some people fall off, they go black, they fall off. Will you come back and join, or immediately you fall off? You are eliminated. You eliminate yourself.
You have medics on hand who attend to you, and then once you are fit, you can come back, or they give you the chance to rest.
That's right. So
it's not all tough like that. There's a humane face.
There's a humane face to it.
Yes.
I think that this one is encouraging. There is a humane face to it. I was thinking that immediately you collapse and they carry you off, then immediately they finish, then they show you the washroom.
Oh, no.
Go and shower and go home.
Medics are always on stand during every exercise, every drill. We have our medics always on hand. Yes.
So this is the reason why before you join the military or you join the service, you have to go through a medical.
Yes.
So that the medical will really eliminate the weak ones and accept the, you'd see. But so if I am weak, does it mean that I don't have the fundamental human rights? So we can all join the soldier.
Yes.
As for soldiers, you don't take weak ones. People don't join soldiers.
We always want to limit the casualty rate when it comes to training. Because if you are weak, all over the world, training is difficult when it comes to military training. So if you are weak, I don't think you will be able to meet the standard. And also talking about fundamental human rights, if you should come and join, you should also know that the military will also have our fundamental human rights. That is, you should be fit to train with us. So you don't come in telling us that your fundamental human right is being trampled upon when we are training you. So we too, our fundamental human rights says you should be fit to train with us. So we'll let you go through the medical screening. And once you are fit medically, then I think
you qualify.
Yes, but there are several procedures you go through before qualifying for training, because we don't compromise on our standards. We don't want to belittle our standards. We always want to maintain that high standard of professionalism in doing our things. Yes. So that's it.
That is it. So the soldiers are telling you, the military officers are telling you that yes, you have a right to join, but before you come in, you must know that you have the capacity to stand the test. If you can't stand the test, then you yourself sack yourself before you the rules will sack. Right, and so that is it. But it's a beautiful institution, and how I wish I had had the opportunity to be a military officer. How I wish, because when I see your smart turnout, I see your behavior, your comportment, your decency, and everything. It's so unique, and that is what every society would want to have. And I am happy they say that you don't want to compromise your standards. So this standards, it has come to stay.
Yes.
If you don't believe, if you can't fit it, please don't even walk through. Don't attempt to walk through.
I would have wished that one day probably our country would accept that everyone doing national service to do it with the military. By so doing, I think when we're talking about discipline, our country would appreciate what discipline is about.
Yes.
Because if every household has an individual having to do national service and you go to train, you do your national service with the military, you understand that discipline, you can't compromise discipline, and you would always want to have that kind of standard to be there. And when we tell you don't litter about, when I put this here, let it be there, that is what would make you understand that if the president comes to say, let's all wear a mask, nobody would have to come and question you or to enforce that, look, wear your mask. If we are all disciplined, wearing of nose mask shouldn't be a problem. Washing of hands properly shouldn't be a problem. Adhering to the COVID protocols laid down shouldn't be a problem. So I am
I think
as we sleep and pray, I pray that one day our country will accept that every national service personnel should at least go through some sort of military training for us to have enough the kind of discipline our country wants to have.
And that will give us the numbers. That will give us the numbers of disciplined people. And so if you have them, 100,000 every year turning out, and then about 20,000, 30,000 will move into to have some sort of military training.
Yes.
Now, these people would all be, when you say mask up, they will mask up.
Yes.
When you say, look, sanitize your hand, they will sanitize. You'd see. But then when you get to those of some of us, we think that everything is as simple and as soft as that. And we've been brought up and we have been made to understand that, look, this is regimental. This as for these people, this is the way they are. For them, they are not friendly. We are friendly, and so we have to accommodate. And so we are accommodating everything. And when it even comes to wearing masks, we will have to accommodate. Those who are not even wearing, we have to accommodate them. And we get to where we are even discussing now. I heard the last time we're even discussing that we should even look at the law on mask wearing again. The penalties, we should look at it again. When the framers of the law had gone to sit down and they have structured the thing that if you do this, if you don't wear it and you are arrested, it is between 4,000 to 10,000. Now we have passed the law. Now we are now coming back to say that let us go back and look at it. So now what do you want to do? Do we want to take it now to 1 city to 10 cities and remove this one? But I think that this is supposed to be a measure that would have to force you to do it, because if you know you don't have 4,000 Ghana cedis, you can't have 10,000 Ghana cedis, then you know you have to wear your mask. But you don't have 4,000, you can't have 10,000, but you still don't want to wear the mask. So then what do you want to do? And then when you say we want to imprison you, you don't have the 4,000, so we arrest you, you don't have 4,000, we are taking you to jail. When we sentence you, and then we said fine or this, and you don't have the money for fine, and so it is imprisonment. And then how many people are you going to take to prison for the 4 years? How many people? So we are not very careful. We are looking at thousands. And then they will turn around and say, do you have jobs? Unless you go and build a stadium of prison. So building a stadium of prison, it gets to a time, sometimes in certain environment, I would even predict that let us build a stadium. If it gets to where we have to build a stadium of prison, let's build it and put them in, so that they know that you can't benefit from doing the wrong thing. So you line all of them up and you put them in. If it's a tent, we put up there in the field. Then you put them in there. Even if it is 3 days, they will see that, look, you've changed their sleeping place. And that will start giving people, encouraging people. We are too soft and too considerate, and we are negotiating everything. And I don't think that one is what we would have to do when we want to move forward. Because this is a man we're celebrating. And this man never did things like that. He didn't do things like that. He made sure that he was disciplined himself, and he was able to achieve these because he was disciplined. So if you want to achieve what he did achieve, the only ground rule is discipline. Minus discipline, forget about it. You can't do what he did. And you see the young ones, they want to be like, we want to be like Papa J. I want to be like Papa J. I want to be like Papa J. But you are not disciplined. How do you do it? Let's see. Right. So I think the issue of considering one time that we will have a part of national service be a military program or force program. Either maybe we'll have to see the day that we'll have that conversation, and then we'll see how we would see the best way out of it. Because we used not to have national service. National service came to us, and we are respecting it. So if we now decide that, okay, let's add this one to it, and the future is brighter if we are able to do it, then we can add it, and then we can see a brighter future.
Yes. Gabi, I also want to add that we shouldn't give up on ourselves. At least we should keep on with the education to the public. At least with education, I'm sure people will be well informed about what COVID is doing to us, and if we wear our mask, what we stand to achieve. if we wear our masks and wear them properly, not just wear, but wear them properly, and also adhere to the COVID protocols. I think with education, I'm sure we'll be able to get somewhere.
That is very true. But unfortunately, some of us, those of us in the media, we've interacted with people, and you can see an adult who is telling you that there's no COVID. He's telling you that people want to make profit from this, and so they are selling. So you ask the question, who would design a face mask? And when they sell when you buy the face mask, where would the money go to? Would the money go to the president? Would the money go to the IGP? The money is not going to go to the IGP. So who's going to benefit from selling of masks? The only thing is that don't fall, because when you fall, you have this time that the government is treating you. At what cost? So if I want to avoid that cost and use that money for developmental purposes, I say, please, just wear your mask. This one too should be a debate. And how long can we be debating? Oh, Papa J, these are closing days of the man that we all had loved. COVID is a strong disease. COVID is a strong disease. Yes, immediately you yourself you would think that no. Let us look at the safety protocols and make sure that we abide by them. This mask business is really disturbing me. I see some foreheads, and at the point I attempt to say something, but then I hesitate because if you're not very careful, you would introduce somebody who is not. It's always unique to have the military semblance of such a situation, because look at the room, it is odd. You don't see anybody standing anywhere, standing agile anywhere. You see it's a casket, and you see if it has to be in a traditional settings, in my village, that we are doing this food, and you have a casket and flowers like this. By this time, the whole town is there, and you will even get space. So social distancing and everything will be thrown to dogs. But because of the military settings around it, now you see the order and you see the discipline, and we see that this is the way it has to go.
We need to commend the planning committee for having such an orderly ceremony or event.
And it is hard work.
Yes. If they hadn't come out to put in those measures, I think by this time the forecourt of the conference center should be filled up. It should be filled up. Kudos to the planning committee for having done a good job. And as we are seeing, I'm sure our former president will rest well.
Will rest well.
Filled with smiles.
If really that people will stand there, they said that he was standing somewhere looking at and watching us. If he should be standing there, he would see that, well, what he stood for has come to stay. Because the discipline that he really encouraged all of us to do, I think we see semblance in this at his foot. stage. Funeral procession. When we say funeral procession, for us in the civil we go to funeral procession. That is. But then when we say funeral procession, with full military honors, what does it entail? What is it?
Well, first of all, the formal name for the funeral procession is a cortege, and that works in every other setting, whether military or civilian. So it's the formal name for the funeral procession is the cortege. Now, for the order of march for the procession we'll be having, when our late former president is moved from here to the Independence Square on Wednesday, we'll see this is quite a unique formation that has been set up for this instance. So first of all, his procession will be preceded by the quad bikes, and these will be handled by soldiers drawn from the 64 Infantry Battalion of Infantry, Bema Camp. Now, coming next in the procession will be the cavalry or the escort horses. These are soldiers and horses drawn from the 3-mounted squadron of the 153 Armored Reconnaissance Unit. So these mounted or cavalry or escort horses will be serving as ceremonial guards for the procession. And being a lifelong rider himself, you will see that there will be a riderless horse in the procession. Now this riderless horse is symbolic of his love for riding. So in this case, it is thought that the horse is his. So then you see that the riderless horse will be saddled and prepared for riding, but then the riding boots will be turned to face backwards. And then the riding crop, the riding helmet and his jacket will also be placed in the saddle of the horse. Now the horse will not be alone, it will be guided by a handler, but then no one will be riding.
So no one will sit on the horse.
Yes.
So the person will be there holding maybe the strap and then walking.
Yes. So he was an equestrian, he was a riding enthusiast. So this is symbolic of him to celebrate that love for riding. Yes. Now after that we'll have the escorts and then the firing party. They will be doing the ceremonial 21-gun salute at the cemetery. Yes. Then the band will also be escorting the caskets as it moves from here and throughout the procession on the final day to the cemetery as well. We also have the clergy in the procession and then followed by the body on the gun carriage. When it leaves here initially, it will be placed in the hearse to the Independence Square. But in the final day on the procession, it will be placed on the gun carriage, which will be attached to a vehicle. Now, the gun carriage is an honor. When your body is placed on a gun carriage, is an honor reserved for generals and heads of state. Yes. So the gun carriage, as someone might be wondering what a gun carriage is a frame or a mount that supports the gun barrel of an artillery piece, allowing it to be maneuvered and fired. Now, when we say a gun, in layman terms, everyone thinks a gun is a pistol, a small gun like that. But in military terms, the gun is a high or large caliber weapon. So it's placed, and then those are the cannons. They sound like the cannons. They make the very, very loud noises and shake the ground at certain points in time. So these are handled by the officers and soldiers of the artillery unit. Yes. And then they will also be firing at the cemetery as well. So now gun carriages have been used to carry the coffin of fallen soldiers and officers at military funerals, and also holders of high office with a military connection in state funerals to their final resting place. And the practice has its origins in war and appears in the 19th century in the Queen's regulations of the British Army. Seeing as we were colonized by the British, that practice has also been inculcated here. Yes. So then we also have the pallbearers. Now here, the pallbearers provide security to the deceased or the fallen comrade. So in a case where the body is placed on the gun carriage, the bearer party will be flanked. The bearer party flanks the pallbearers, meaning the pallbearers will come next to the gun carriage, and then the bearer party will flank them on the outside. But where the casket is in the hearse, the pallbearers will also flank the hearse, and then the bearer party will be outside. But in the situation where the bearer party carries the casket, the pallbearers flank them as they carry the casket to provide that ceremonial respect and then security as well. Now, in this case, the pallbearers will be brigadier generals. Yes, considering his rank and his position in society as a statesman, the pallbearers who will be doing the ceremonial duty for him are almost very senior officers. Yes, brigadier generals and same rank within the other arms of service. Yes. After that, we'll have the family and then the wreath bearers. Yes. They will come next in the procession. We'll see that, well, this is the procession that will be going along the streets, but when we get to the cemetery, other players will be added. So we'll see the insignia bearers, the chief mourners, the presidential representative, mourners in uniform, and then mourners not in uniform. We also have the rear detachment and then vehicles. When we get to the cemetery, we'll see that a whole procession will be done from the gates of the cemetery towards the grave. So it's a whole ceremony that is conducted to give the utmost respect to the fallen comrade.
We're still at the Accra International Conference Center and at the funeral of former President Jerry John Rawlings. Born 1947 and died 2020 at age 73. We're still at the Accra International Conference Center where the funeral of the late President Jerry John Rawlings is ongoing. This morning, the casket carrying his mortal remains was delivered to the family, and the casket was brought in this morning by officers of the Ghana Army, of the military, and Captain. Yes, Captain Akaku. The officers, who are those who brought in the officers of brought the casket and delivered it to the family?
Okay, as I said earlier, we call them the burial party, and I said they were commanded by squadron leader Ejeni Mwati, and they are made up of warrant officers. I think we have warrant officer class 1, Emisa Foster, warrant officer class 1, Yali Douglas, warrant officer class 2, Numa Wose Wisdom, warrant officer class 2, Na Godwin. We have warrant officer class 1, Awafu Daniel, and warrant officer class 2, Brefo Sechi Daniel, warrant officer class 1, Kwashi David, and then warrant officer class 1, Ahiale Stali Innocent. They constitute the burial party. And when we move on to the Independence Square, where the funeral will also, the proper funeral will take place, and to the cemetery, we have other colleagues and other members who also constitute other unique groups. We have the wreath bearers, those smartly turned out ladies who would carry the wreath to be laid. We have the guns, the 21 gun salute. We have a commander in charge of them. You know, with the military, we don't just do things in isolation. You are guided by leaders so that when things go wrong, they would answer, and when things go right too, they would answer. Yeah. So for the gun salute, the 21 gun salute, I think the commander is in the person of Captain Abdul Mubarak Yakubu from the 66 Artillery Regiment. Then the wreath, the gun carriage, as my colleague T said, the gun carriage, the vehicle that would be linked to the gun carriage, there is also a commander who is in the person of Lieutenant Jones Amwako, and he will be assisted by the battery sergeant major in the person of W1 Mate George. So as and when the developments come, whoever we recognize would let our viewers know what actually is taking place and who is in command and who are those doing exactly what they are doing.
journey of such a great man, you have to know that 8 a.m. starts, you get closer, you get to your TV, sit down. And then as the activities, you also say a word of prayer for the former president.
presidential elections. He's filed pass already. Let's speak to him. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Right. So as I was asking you behind the scenes, did you have any personal contact with J.J. Rawlings?
Not really. It was on one occasion, and that is normally during the peace declaration in 2012 and 2016, when I got closer to him to say hi and things like that. But I remember in 2016, that I mentioned, I said that left with me, they should kill the 7 of us, okay, if that can actually bring peace. And I think that statement really went well with him. And I'm sure it reminded him of the fact that on his aborted coup in May 15, 1979, he also said the same thing. That I said what he said, hey, master, that is what he said. Then I was just saying, hey, Rawlings calling me master, then it means that something might have gone in him. That is the only connection that I would say that I have with him. But you know that right from infancy, at the age of 11, 79, I was at the age of 11 when it came. And as a child, that was what we used to say, let the blood flow, let the blood flow. And amidst the fact that there were soldiers with guns and things like that, in my innocence, I wanted to climb back and shake his hand, as a child. And then, he became an icon to all of us about the fact that he always wanted to stand against the evils in society and things like that. But we've all gone past that, and seeing his lifeless body speaks volumes. It's indeed fact that, you see, life is a gift from God, and to me it becomes more meaningful when it is shared. We can say that since 1979 up to date, whether we like it or not, whether he has benefited or not, he has shared his life with the nation. And that is something that we need to learn out of that.
So you are in the politics of things when it comes to Ghana. You were talking about some lessons that we need to learn, but what are some other lessons? You've been following this man ever since you were young. What are some other lessons that, as a country, politically, we can learn from him?
You see, politically, looking at his life, how he transitioned as a military dictator into a constitutional presidency speaks volumes of who he is and how flexible and open-minded he can also become when he sees that the forces are not right for him to take an action. Okay, other nations went down, but for us, he was able to transition us from military rule to democratic rule. And that is something that we need to learn.
Right, so he was a very practical man, and I know you are an engineer, and so practicality would be of much interest to you. Maybe we want to be more practical as a country instead of talking about the theories, isn't it?
Definitely. You see, and I'm someone also, we used to hear that Rawlings does not believe in democracy. Likewise, you see, it's not that I don't believe in democracy, but how we are practicing it. And the whole world has been skewed since 1896. Because democracy was to cure partisanship. Political parties are not supposed to be part of democracy. But here we are, all of us, we've been engrossed in the fact that we should believe in political parties. And so we have failed as a nation to reinvent our own democracy, which the fundamentals is just about respect for the fundamental human rights and respect for rule of law. And so how you govern your people without partisanship is better. And to be honest with you, the political ideologies and partisanship, they are all imperialist tools of divide and rule. And I know that it's going to take us ages for us to come out with this realization. But I know that definitely he knew something about it. But it will take some courage for us to tell our leaders that let's forget about these political, ideological patches. That I don't need to be thinking as a socialist or a capitalist to know how to feed my child, to know how to clothe my child, to know how to manage my church. It's only when it comes to politics that we buy into these kind of useless ideologies that people are believing in it, and because they are amassing wealth out of that, we tend to accept that.
And I've said it, the best repeating that as to exercise freedom, you should make it a point at all times to also actualize responsibility. The two should go together. Freedom and responsibility should be the two sides of the same coin. In societies, judiciaries where they have freedom without limits, we all see the consequences. Lawlessness, chaos, needless death. So there's a need in the rule of law dispensation such as ours to always operate within the confines of the law, whilst championing, whilst holding aloft the principles for which people have died and for which we are expected to uphold at all times. So J.J. Rawlings has showed us the way that we know we sit down. So this undying spirit, this indefatigable spirit should be our guiding principles. We should always make sure that by virtue of what we do, by virtue of the position we occupy, hold it to account people in positions of power and authority, exercising oversight responsibility over the tripartite government, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Exposing, corrupt elements in society certainly will step on toes, and this will come with consequences. But we should always look at the larger picture. The supreme interest of this nation should always be our focus. Yes, regardless of what will happen. Yes, this is what we decided to be. It's a cross. Journalism is a cross. We have decided to carry this cross, and cross symbolizes rejection, molestation, harassment, insults, and what have you. But once we are addicted, once we are committed, ours should ironclad commitment to the values which underpin our profession: the values of truth, the values of transparency, the values of balance, the values of openness, and all that. This value should always be our guiding principles and not any other area.
Thank you very much. Dr. Afomoni is the current president of the Ghana Journalists Association, a former director of radio at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. We're still here at the foyer of the Accra International Conference Center. He has filed past. I've also done same. And so the way is opened for both high-profile personalities and regular individuals like you and I. At this particular point, there are not so many people around, and so if you are home and you want to come and pay your last respect to His Excellency, the former President J.J. Rawlings, this is a time to do so, because tomorrow is going to be for the President and his wife, the Vice President and his wife, former Presidents of the Republic and their spouses, speakers of former Speakers of Parliament, current Speakers of Parliament, the Chief Justice, former Chief Justices, and other high-profile personalities like the diplomatic corps. And so today really is open for you, the market woman, the shoemaker on the road. Don't forget that His Excellency, the late President, was a man of the people, and so you are very much welcome. This is our live coverage of the 4-day funeral, state funeral of the man J.J. Rawlings. He was born in 1947, the 22nd day of 1947, June it was, to a Scottish father, Mr. James Ramsey Rawlings. He was a pharmacist, and to an elder woman in the water region, the late Victoria Agutri was his mother. He lives in state peacefully at the Accra International Conference Center. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to get in there. And so once you come, you go through security checks at the entrance. You are screened by the security guys around. You do your first COVID-19 protocol check. There's some few at the very entrance, and then you come and wash your hands. You sanitize before you get into the main building. As we speak, we see some from the New Patriotic Party in your shot, chairman of the MPP, Mr. Freddie Blay. I can see him clearly. I also see Samuel Uku of the MPP there. They are coming to pay their last respect. The man who ushered in the Fourth Republic, very much credited for the democracy, like the New Patriotic Party, the MPP. They have come in. I have seen the party. We have around various kids who have been bringing the place alive. Began a democratic one, for that matter. He is known for libertarian, but on this and loving man who was a man of the people, who made sure that His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo and his wife, and then the Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and his wife, and then former presidents of the Republic. So we're talking about His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and then His Excellency the former president and their spouses will be here to pay their last respect. The diplomatic corps and the international community will be here tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, we move to the Independence Square, where the final funeral rites will be held in honor of His Excellency, the former President, J.J. Rawlings. It's going to be an invitation to all Ghanaians from all walks of life. We got to see him for the last time before he finally takes a bow. We are still here at the Accra International Conference Center. As I told you, we've seen the leadership of the New Patriotic Party, led by their chairman, Mr. Freddie Blay. They have paid their respect. They will walk out and then we get to speak to him. We'll get to speak to Freddie Blay and then maybe Samuel Uku, who is the national organizer of the New Patriotic Party. And so there you have in your shot Honorable Freddie Blay. He is the leader of the delegation which has come to pay their last respect. Hello sir, good afternoon. This is GTV. So what was going through your mind as you filed past?
I can't hear you.
I'm saying what was going through your mind as you filed past? Did you have any personal encounter with this man who lives in state?
What went through my mind is that...
I'm saying as you filed past, what went through your mind? Did you have any personal encounter with him?
Very little personal encounter that I've had with him. I've known him as a political figure in this country who has been a leader of this longer than any other person. And he's had a very serious impact on the Ghanaian community. And at the end of the day, we are human. Okay. So he's gone. Lesson, we must serve our own country in humility, with good heart, with fairness to all. That's all I can say.
As a party and leader of the party, do you have any words for the family, for that matter, Ghanaians?
Our sympathies to the family, particularly the widow who has stood thick and thin with him through. Appreciate that. But I think he's carried himself very well. Appreciate that.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you. Right, and so that was the chairman of the MPP, Honorable Freddie Blay. We also get to speak to Samuel Uku, who is the organizer of the New Patriotic Party. So we just spoke to your chairman, who led your delegation to Fabast. I mean, did you have any personal encounter with this man who lives in state today?
Yes, I mean several. During their delegate conferences when I was delegated by the MPP leadership as well. And also when he lost his mom just some few weeks before his demise as well. He had a great sense of humor. And he stood for some values and principles. And it's our hope and prayer that even upon his demise, the rest of the nation will carry on the very fight that he led, for probity and accountability in a political system. And I'm convinced that under Kufuor and the MPP administration, we are determined and committed to also upholding all these values for the betterment of our society.
As a party and for that matter as a government, do you have any plans of institutionalizing the memory of Rawlings?
That is for government to decide, not the party to decide.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And so Samuel Uku is the national organizer of the New Patriotic Party, the MPP. We are still here at the forecourt of the Accra International Conference Center. In the background is music from various Kete groups who've come here to provide some traditional music as we say farewell to His Excellency J.J. Rawlings. Since morning, we've seen traditional rulers, we've seen religious leaders, we've seen leaders from the Islamic community, from the Christian community, where the shadow we have coming to pay their last respects. You also want to come and do so before it's 5 p.m. because at 5 p.m. exactly, this particular place will be closed, maybe for preparations
for tomorrow's ceremony. We have also seen NDC faithful wearing their NDC paraphernalia, who have come to pay their last respect. We've seen the cadres. We saw the party leadership. Early on, I saw Otokuno Buama, who is the Deputy Secretary of the NDC. He was here early on to pay his last respect. This, the GTV's live coverage of the state funeral of His Excellency J.J. Rawlings. He went to Achimota School and then joined the military in 1979. That was in May. He staged his first coup, which was unsuccessful. He was arrested and thrown into jail and was awaiting execution. He was freed by some young military officers who helped him make a comeback on June 4th, 1981. Handed over power to Hila Liman. And today, we celebrate a man who has two sides, the military side and the democratic side as well. He is credited for the democracy we enjoy today. J.J. Rawlings will go home finally. In there we have the family. We've seen the widow, Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings, and her children, Honorable Zaneto Rawlings, MP for Kole, Timothy Rawlings, the only son of the former president. And so we get to speak to more personalities. We speak to Ambassador. Let's speak to Ambassador. All right, so good afternoon to you, sir, and welcome to Ghana Television. You have filed past. What was going through your mind as you did so? Maybe you've come to the final realization that the man is no more.
Yes, but he was such a great person. What he did for Ghana was incredible. Those who live in the hearts of the people, they never die, they live forever.
You have been a staunch member of the NDC. Did you have any?
I'm a civil servant.
Right, but at least you worked with the NDC.
We went to school together, Jerry. I work. I'm a career diplomat. I work for the government of Ghana, any government of Ghana.
That's okay. All right. So, but did you have what's your personal encounter? Do you have any encounters with him? With this man?
Many. I think we went to Ashwater School together. He was my senior in Ashwater School. He always stood for the little guy. He was an inspiration to us. I was ambassador of Ghana to Ethiopia, the African Union. Anytime he comes there, he comes to the house. He was our senior brother, our soul brother. He was everything.
Right, so you are a diplomat. Can you tell us a little bit about Rawlings' foreign policy at the time? He had an independent foreign policy.
The foreign policy of Ghana has always been Africa-centered. Rule of law, international law, African integration, African unity, African liberation. That was initially thought through by Kwame Nkrumah, and to various degrees, different presidents followed it. But one of those who followed it most closely was President Rawlings. Through him, through his internationalist policy, the Cuban government recognized it and offered 800 scholarships to young people in Ghana, in Cuba. Those young people, they are the heart specialists, the cardio specialists, the neurosurgeons operating in Ghana today. Jerry was a phenomenon.
That's Ambassador Kwesi Korte, right? Yes. Ambassador Kwesi Korte was a former secretary to the cabinet of President John Mahama. He's come to file pass.
Deputy chairperson of the
African Union at the moment. All right, thank you very much. That was Ambassador Kwesi Korte. He was a former secretary to the cabinet of His Excellency John Mahama and a deputy chairperson of the African Union. We're going to speak to some more personalities who have come to pay their last respect. Good afternoon to you. What's your name, sir?
My name is Charles Lomi.
Charles Lomi.
Domi, yeah.
Domi. All right. So, can you tell us a little bit about what you know about this man?
I've known this man since I was a young boy. Then I was living in the barracks, and he used to be very fond of his horse. That horse we used to call the horse Lucifer. It was a very wild horse, but then he was not a head of state. He was an officer. We all grew fond of him because he loves everybody. And with the kids, we always gather around him. We like the way he rides his horse. We like the way that he alone is able to tame his horse. Because apart from him, nobody could use his horse. But he had a way of handling this horse. So much that it brought a lot of laugh from the kids to him. And then he had this popular watching joint, Amaria watching, that he used to buy watching and fish. So I knew him all those years. And I also had the opportunity to work with him for a very short time. He's a good man. But the last memories I had of him was I was at the mother's funeral. And I was working with him at that time, part of the security details. And the way he handled things, I don't even know what to say. His last moment, when the mother was gone, I knew how close he was to the mother. I realized that something was wrong with the old man. And even on that night, we were looking for him to sit around us. We found him at the mother's grave in the night. And that is the last I saw of him. He's a great man. We can't have anybody like him again. He has brought a lot of impact to the world and to Ghana. And to some of us, he's an inspiration.
All right, thank you very much, Charles. Right? Okay, so we are still here at the forecourt of the Accra International Conference Center. We've been speaking to personalities, both high profile and regular personalities like myself and you and I, who have come to file past the mortal remains of His Excellency J.J. Rawlings. As I told you earlier on, this is the security structure that we have. And so when you enter the Accra International Conference Center, you go through security checks at the far end, and then you get to this booth, and then you are some
revolution. We were with him, and he did his very best. We assisted him a lot, and may God bless his soul. He may his soul rest in peace. We are still, I will still remember this legend man. He's a man of courage, a sense of humor, and a nice human being. In fact, he has helped a lot of the masses, and he has helped the armed forces to lose instead of office. So I thank the Almighty God that at this very period he has called him. But those of us who are the ex-servicemen have done a lot of Rawlings, and we will continue with his principles. And our advisor look at, they should restore the elders. You see my gray hair? They should restore the elders. Politics of insult should never come in. Any party can go at any time, any party can go to opposition. We must love this nation, and we must contribute our quota to help other Ghana. What we have done. And our president may so rest in peace.
How old are you, sir, if you don't mind?
Pardon me?
How old are you, sir, if you don't mind?
I'm 71 years old. He's 2 years older than me.
Okay.
But we help him a lot. He will work with him at the Golden Balance.
So I see some titles here. What are
yeah, these are the United Nations. What we do is the Lebanon. This is Lebanon and UNIFIL. Yeah. So these are the medals we have. But I forgot him, there's a very revolution medal. I was searching for the I couldn't get it. Right. I should have put it to 3. So we'll go president. It's so rusty.
What did you play any specific role? What were you doing?
No. Yeah, but we are low profile. Right. We don't advertise ourselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And so that was Mr. Nensa. He's a very popular man, but on a low profile. We've been speaking to him and some other personalities who have come here to pay their last respect. We are still here at the Accra International Conference Center. We'll make sure that we bring you live pictures. Whatever it is that happens here, we'll make sure that you get to know and you get to see. This is GTV's and GBC News' live coverage of the 4-day state funeral of the former president, His Excellency J.J. Rawlings. The whole place adorned with his pictures and adorned with his pictures. Obviously so. In the background is some music from various groups who have been providing us with very good traditional music from the Ashanti region. We are still here at the Accra International Conference Center, where the remains of the former president lives in state. Good afternoon to you, ma'am. Afternoon. Right, so you've done your filing past. What will you say of this man? Did you know him in a personal capacity?
Very well.
What did you know about him?
Oh, J.J. Rawlings. He's a very good man. He's my brother, my big brother. He's everything.
Okay. So
I can't say much.
As he begins his journey, what will you tell the family, the wife, the children, and Kula Matagana?
I'm sending my condolences to the family, and the wife, and the family, and Senator Rawlings is my sister, And it's my MP too. Okay. I love her.
All right.
I'm sending condolences to her family.
All right. Thank you very much.
With them.
Thank you very much. All right. So as I said, the place is very much open to everybody. Open to everybody. From all walks of life. It doesn't matter your profile in society. You're very much welcome to come and pay your last respects. We're going to speak to good afternoon to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You've done a filing pass?
Yes, sure.
And then what went through your mind as you did?
Oh, I didn't believe he was dead, but I've personally confirmed he's dead now. And then my fond memories of him is I just like his charisma, how spirit-filled he is, and how courageous he is as a man. We've lost a gem, and he'll forever be missed.
Thank you. What's your name?
My name is Georgina Neti.
And were you connected to him in any way?
As far as I'm concerned, I'm from the Volta region, and I'm going to be precise. So one way or the other, I'm connected to him, and we've lost a father, a mentor, and a granddad. May his soul rest in perfect.
Thank you very much. That was closely with him in any way?
Yes, I did. For quite some.
they won. We have to see heads of security agencies, leaders of the leader of political parties, and so the political parties now are having their time at their turn with US.
Then he'll be play, his guitar as if he had one, act as if he was playing a guitar, with all the actions, the arm up and down and the legs and everything.
Well, I said you were high class. Well, that was just a lie. Yeah, they said you were high class. Well,
The Ghana Military Academy prides itself with professionalism, discipline, and service. These values were to become synonymous with perhaps one of the Academy's most famous alumnus yet.
I met Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings in the early 70s in the Maki Squadron, that's the jet fighter squadron of the Ghana Air Force, at the Air Force Station in Accra. He became one of our members and we all gelled very, very, very well. I remember each time we were in formation, because formation is the prime or one of the essence, the 1 meter. It was a joy flying with Jerry Rawlings because he would always maintain his position. Because the thing is that follow your leader, and he will always follow and get glued to his position. But every flight formation leader wants his wingmen to be in position. And so that for those of you who have been watching from the ground, you could see as if we're all tied together. That was one of his favorites, and I really loved him for that.
That was Chief of Staff at the military headquarters, not far from here. And I exercised around Sugakope in the lower Volta, with a young pilot belonging to what I call number 4 Squadron, fighter pilot, in 4 Squadron. And in this exercise, you're testing some new cars.
And yes, we have COVID, we have other, but it is the fundamentals that were established, the basics that were established, the changes that came with the structural adjustment program that made the nation experience that. Of course, you will see little ups and downs, and every economy has its up and downs. But over a long period of time, you will see that positive growth, which averages about 4.5, or 5%. That is his greater legacy overall. But when you come down to certain structures that we use today, for example, how did we achieve that? A lot of it comes with stabilizing the budget. And it is to the legacy of the flight lieutenant who took the revenue institutions out of the civil service, which became swept across Africa, and which has crystallized today into the Ghana Revenue Authority, which gives it as an authority without undue interference. And this is what we must protect: undue interference in the work, technical work of the GRA, the law which Professor Mills put in place, being a taxman and who is also part of the structural adjustment program, should be left so that GRA can do its work, because that is one big legacy: non-interference. And I must say that for the period that I worked in the National Revenue Secretariat and later became coordinator for the value-added tax when it was introduced, withdrawn and reintroduced, we have had tax officials who have done their work without fear of favor. That is another form of corruption. If you interfere, often we see corruption in terms of, graft, taking money. No, but when you disrupt institutions, you corrupt the institution, right? When you don't appoint the right leadership, you corrupt, those institutions. And that's when the Flight Lieutenant talks about integrity, probity, and accountability. These are some of it's deeper, right? Now, let me give you, I know that I don't have to take too much time, but let me give you two other examples. Sure. If you look at the establishment of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, and that then, I see, your shift, probably you remember, under Chachuchikata and all that, when he's not just known for the Supreme Court, he was the first chief executive. You remember Salt Pond, you remember oil rigs, everything, various things that came with it. That is what has led to Ghana going into the oil era. The leadership, and that again. Another example, if I may, is up to 1993, it was often tough to pay cocoa farmers. Then the cocoa loan, syndication loan, was put in place, and over time, Cocoa Board has come to, in terms of that financing, a global, structure, because it's able to borrow at, LIBOR plus 2%, which even the nation, sovereign bond, cannot borrow at that. Then that is the structure that was put in place under the then chief executive, Mr. Newman, who became Professor Mills' chief of staff. He was then the head of chief, and continues to today. And you can agree with me that as far as the cocoa sector is concerned, coming out of the bushfires of those days and everything, cocoa farmers can sell their produce and know that it will be paid for. Of course, there's the corrupt aspects of they being cheated in terms of weight and the rest, but as far as the mechanism for payment is concerned, and something which we protected as, finance minister. So,
meant well for Ghana. If he has to pay the ultimate price, he was ready to do that for the good of this country. His main interest is about the people.
Say that he never forgets. He remembers when he sees you. Said, how are you?
Was he a very difficult person to work with, since he stood for certain? He's noted for his discipline. He's noted for his
if he has to pay the ultimate price, he was ready to do that for the good of this country. His main interest is about the people.
cars were bought. And he was flying one of the planes that were given what we call in the military close air support. They would come and bomb the enemy across the river, and it was a military operation. And they would come in, bomb the target, more or less.
Of this country, his main interest is about the people.
Simulate and then fly away. One of the pilots was. So at the end of the exercise, I tried to find who he was, and I got to know it was this Rawlings. Then I began to take interest in him because his bravery was no, I've never seen it like this before.
The Speedbird Trophy.
able to eliminate it. You eliminate yourself. So
It's not all tough like that. There's a humane face.
the humane face to it. You collapse and they carry you off. Then immediately they finish, then they show you the washroom.
Oh, no. We have our medics always on hand. Yes.
So this is the reason why before you join and accept the you'd see. But so if I am weak, does it mean that I don't have the fundamental human rights? We can all join.
Limit the casualty rate when it comes to training. So if you are weak, I don't think you will be able to meet the standard. And you should also know that the military, we also have our fundamental human rights. That is, you should be fit to train with us. So you don't come in telling us our fundamental human rights says you should be fit to train with us. So we'll let you go through the medical screen procedures you go through before qualifying for training, because we don't. We always want to maintain that high standard of professionalism.
Officers are telling you that yes, you have a right to join, but then before you come in, you must know that you have the capacity to stand the test. But it's a beautiful institution, and I wish your smart turnout. I see your behavior, your comportment, your decent to have. And I am happy they say that you don't want to compromise your standards. So these standards don't attempt to walk through them.
I would have wished that one day probably our country would accept that everyone doing national service to do it with the military.
Now, people have appreciated the fact that military, we are friendly and our doors are open to the general public.
That's right. Coffee, open day, military, and the civilian population, especially with children.
Sure.
Right. Do you think that it has been able to, open day has been able to achieve any positive, made any positive impact?
I think so. I've taken my children to an open day before. We had a great time. I think I had more fun than them. You know, riding on a camel and all kinds of interesting things. We went around the premise. It was great, and I think it's good. Open the doors for people to come in and see what the Ghana Armed Forces are all about. And I also think the reverse can also happen, that they can also send some officers to some of the schools to come and have chats one-on-one with people and talk about opportunities in the army. I may have joined the army if I had an opportunity. For example, when I was at university, if the army had come over or that the open day at that time, I may have. Because I'm looking at all this stuff here, and it fills me with so much pride. And I meet my friends who are officers, senior officers, and I actually have one classmate on the team here who I met today. I was very proud to take a photo with everything. They look like they are focused and serious, you know, and which young person doesn't want to be, you know, there where it's all about respect and authority and law and order and tradition. It's beautiful. Yeah, so the open day is great, but I think also a bit of the reverse action can also happen. The officers can also come to town, come to schools, you know, and catch them young. Catch them young. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about this primary school thing. So they should come down to the primary school and change people's minds from there. But some people may just catch that spirit at that age and say, I want to be a soldier. You know, I want to be a soldier just because of this officer who came and it just changed my whole perception.
Whole perception about about that.
And that's it's service to the country. Yeah. I mean, for any officer who dies in the line of duty, what greater sacrifice is there than that? I know from personal experience, I had a cousin who died in Congo. The last day that he was supposed to be finishing his talk, hit by a stray bullet, passed. You know, that was such a huge sacrifice. Tragedy for the family. Yes. But he served, and at the time that he was in the army, he served his nation. And we're all very proud of him. We still remember him. You know? Yeah, and it's all about the legacy and the impact. So I love the open day, but I think it can also go the other way. It can also come to town. Yes. Right. Well, Captain.
Very well said.
It can also come to town. It can also come to town.
Yeah. We want to see you guys in town.
We want to see you in the classroom.
Trying to opportunities in the army. We would love it.
I'm sure as you are saying it now, my bosses are.
They are listening. That's why I said it.
I would say for a fact that they would buy into the idea.
Yeah.
They would definitely. As it's all about sharing ideas. And once you have given us what you think we should also do, they will definitely buy, they would consider, and then I'm sure something will happen.
Is the good colonel your boss?
Say again.
The good colonel. Colonel Agriculture.
Colonel Agriculture, yes. He's my boss.
I was in class because I was sending him a small WhatsApp after.
He's my boss.
Yeah, he was my classmate at graduate school. So we'll take the conversation to that level.
Sure.
Yes.
To that level. Now, you see, but what is moving, what is really instructive, look at it, look at COVID environment. Now, how almost everybody has come to understand that, look, these are the protocols. Let us live with it. Those who are all coming to the conference center are respecting the protocol.
Yes.
But when you get out into the streets, now you hear people with misconception. There's no disease. This is a hoax. They are making money. How can people behave this way in a society and a country that we want to get rid of a disease? What can really cause human beings to behave like this?
This is for me.
Yes.
Well, they are respecting the protocols here because there's no other choice. The conference center is now an extension of Birmingham.
Oh yes.
And it reminds me of when I first took my children to Birmingham years ago. The moment we drove in, the boisterous nature of the car changed. All of a sudden, everybody became very quiet. And then one of them asked, "Are you still in Accra?" I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, for a start, the motorbike riders are respecting the traffic lights."
The traffic lights.
Number one. This number two, we don't see any rubbish around. Number three, it's quiet. No horns. Beep, 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 beep. I said, this is Birmingham.
Yes.
There's law, order, respect for authority, and sanctions if you misbehave. We always forget about the sanctions when you misbehave. So that kind of spirit must be taken to the town. Let us assume that the whole of Ghana is an extension of Birmingham. That's the kind of mentality we need to have. Just like the conference center has now become the annex of Birmingham, where the rules are followed. You go in this way, you don't take photographs in the room, you come out this way, you sanitize, you wear your mask, no negotiation. Follow the rules. You don't have to like them. But these are the rules for order. Without rules, we descend into chaos. Even animals have rules. Lions, the father lion eats first. Woe betide the little lion, the little pup who wants to eat. You may end up becoming the dinner yourself. Follow the rules. That's all. So for us to respect the COVID protocols, we have to respect the principles behind law and order. We are seeing everything there beautiful because it's not a natural order. Discipline is not natural. It's unnatural. It's not natural.
So, Kafi, how do you feel? How do you feel when you hear the conversation now?
Yes.
Let's revisit the penalties. The penalties are too harsh. If you are arrested, you are fined. You are fined between 6,000 and 10,000, and then if you will be imprisoned between 4 years to 10 years, and it is too harsh, and so Parliament should revisit that law and look at it because the penalty is too harsh. What do you think? Situation where we have all agreed that this is the way we are going.
Yeah.
How soon do we decide to go back to the law, and what do we want to? Do we achieve?
Yeah. We also don't want to overcrowd the prisons because if we arrest everybody and send them to jail, we're going to cause a problem that we are trying to avoid. We need to look at some of the laws. I think masks should be so ready and available, and the prices should really come down, so that even the police officers can even carry masks around with them. You know what I'm able to do. It's a public health thing. You wear your mask, or a fine that is not too ridiculous
I mean, 12,000 is people are not paying 300 cedis for COVID tests. They find even people who find a COVID test of 300 cedis too expensive. 12,000 is really bad. Let's look around and see what is happening around the world. It's best practice. I've seen examples from UK and Singapore how they are handling this. That's the spirit of excellence. What is working elsewhere? We don't have to do this as if we are now inventing sanctions for people who don't wear the masks. It's happening all around. Let's see what happened in Wuhan. Let's see what happened in Singapore. Let's see what happened in South Africa. And we learn. We learn from the best practice. Ghana Army, I'm sure that's from best practice around the world. Same thing. When Larry King died, I was sad because for me he was the epitome of great broadcasting. I learned from him. So we can do the same. What is working in countries that have managed to enforce mask wearing? That's why we have researchers. We don't just pay them money to just sit there and have a title. Find out what's happening. If I were president, I'll say, listen, find out. I want a report by close of business today. Tell me what is working around the world in terms of mask discipline. Joe Biden came in, he announced a 100-day mask wearing challenge. That's innovative. So all of a sudden, the thing has become like a game. And people like challenges because you're going to bring in the people on social media. They say, wear your mask challenge, 100 days. It's great. So we can pick things from people around. We don't have to work in a vacuum. That's the great thing about this, the life we live now. So let's examine what is happening. Yes, but enforcement is key. Let's just find the ways to do it so that we all respect it. And I'll repeat it. Let us make Ghana an extension of Bemaka. Yeah. That's my word. Let us make Ghana an extension of Bemaka. Yes.
That's how we can see results.
Are we not seeing it? Are we not seeing the results on the picture?
Beautiful results.
It's beautiful. It's orderly results.
And with this environment, how do you catch COVID?
You can't.
How do you spread COVID? You can't.
Everybody is organized. You know, everything is going according to time. It's clockwork.
You can't spread COVID here.
Yeah, so that's it.
If they had not taken control of this, I'm telling you, by this time, the whole Accra
would have been here. Yes. And it won't happen because people are in charge. Yes. Yeah. And there are people are following protocols. Yes. That's it.
So we're still at the Accra International Conference Center where the laying state of the former president is going on. This is the first day, Monday, and we know from morning we have seen the filing past by heads of security agencies. Now we've also seen the filing past of leaders of political parties, and we got the opportunity to talk to some political party leaders here, and then we had officers, staff and officers of the former president also. Later in the day, we would see traditional and religious leaders also doing filing past, and then the general public for this day one. And before we move to, for the two, before we move to the three, that will be Tuesday, that will be tomorrow. Right. And we're expecting that day three would also be as calm, as orderly, as beautiful as we've seen today. So far as the military will still be in charge, and it's a conference center, and the whole Ghana is aware that when you get to the conference center, these are the people in charge, and these people don't compromise. There is no discussion, no negotiation. Face masks or you don't come in at all. Stay home. That's what it's a simple and a beautiful matter as that, right? But then this is also tradition, tradition and custom, because funeral, the Ghanaian, the way we love ourselves and the way we love our tradition, and funeral is one part that we can exhibit our culture, you'd see, and so you can see a blend of maybe the Ashanti and the Voterian culture. Everything is harmoniously linked, and it is creating a very beautiful environment for us, right? But so, Kafi, how can we say that the people have really respected, lived a certain style with it, and therefore lead a certain style with it, and therefore they had come to establish a very solid foundation for our culture and our traditional backgrounds.
I was going through my WhatsApp before I joined you, and somebody sent me a message to ask why they were hearing Adowa when President Rawlings is not Akan. And I said, well, his wife is Akan. And they're playing the Adowa in support of his wife and his in-laws and everything. But if you want a Anglo culture and every culture, you wait. Tomorrow, Tuesday, there's a part of the program which says the traditional and customary rights will happen. So that will happen. It's a Ghanaian culture. So I will not be surprised to hear music coming from wherever. Dagomba music, Gam music, Fanti music. Because Rawlings is the president of Ghana. Yeah, so I expect the whole thing to have a Ghanaian flavor, and our traditions will be respected. Definitely. There's a space in the program, and this program couldn't have come on without collaboration from just the state and the military, but the family was involved, and the traditional authorities too were involved. So we will see that flavor. There's a time for everything. So at that time, that part of the program will come to the fore, and it will be an expression of Ghanaian culture. So no worries at all. No worries at all.
No worries at all. Right. I'm now joined with Lieutenant Judy Nunate. Lieutenant Nunate. From morning, we have seen how orderly the whole program has been, how orderly Ghanaians have demonstrated love, care, attention, affection for their former president. It has been very calm, and you see that expression on people's faces is that we have lost something. We have lost a great man, and he's out there. He's gone. You'd see. So it's the future we're all looking at, and they are doing all this here to demonstrate unity in the country. And as a soldier, since you people, you really stand for that one. And I know that when you were putting all this together, I know that the organizers of this wanted to achieve this kind of ambience and this kind of pictures. And we are getting the kind of ambience and the kind of pictures. How happy are you?
It gives me such great joy because, first of all, it's not a wholly military event, but then my fellow officers, my fellow soldiers are at the forefront. Yes. We're showing what we're made of. But here's the case where it's also a state event. So it shows that Ghanaians respect and love each other. So at this point in time, all that matters is to be respectful of the family of the late president, to embrace everything that is Ghanaian, and then send him off with dignity and respect, foremost for the family and for his memory.
And for his memory, yeah, we'd see. So, Kafui, do you see that we are on a good track? Do you see that this funeral is representing the oneness in the Ghanaian society and reflecting that our desire to be together in future?
Yes, I see it as Ghanaians coming together to mourn a leader, a former president, a man of many parts. I see it. This is Ghanaians from all walks of life, from all strata of society, the high and mighty, the ordinary. Yeah, so yeah, and it's just a reflection of the man himself, who was open to everybody. One of the people I interviewed earlier was telling me about how he came to Ghana in 2006 or 7 and had to meet the president. And within 2 days, he got an appointment to see the president. And everything was just open. He welcomed him, open arms, like that. And then from what I was getting from my interviewees, President Rawlings was an open person, often misunderstood, but those who got to know him closely found a different side of him, very humorous and always wanting people to understand where he was coming from. One person told me a story of how he asked, this same person asked Mr. President Rawlings, so what have you done for the Volta region? And President Rawlings talked about, we've done some roads, we've done some hospitals. And the man said, but you haven't done enough. And then, the response he said, President Rawlings told him, he said, if I concentrate on the Volta region, people will complain and say that I am discriminating, and because I'm from the Volta region, I'm putting all our resources there. So we have to balance it. So this is a man who was thinking about how people even saw him. Yes. And I got this from all these interviews that I had today. So it's a real blessing to listen to these people, because I'm putting together a picture of the man from the various things they told me. So Ghanaians are expressing themselves and showing their respect, coming out, respecting the protocols, and coming out to have a last look at the man who was definitely larger than life. Yeah. I mean, that was the feeling I had when I also did my file pass. Looked at him and I said, oh, wow, the action man is lying down. You think about your own mortality too, when you see
a man who had really carried the country for about 19 years, 11 years of his of the AFR's PNDC, and now 8 years of solid democratic rule with the NDC. And he was the people's man. Now the people's man is gone. The values that he stood for, how do we ensure that those values still stay with us? Or is it that if he is the owner of the values and he's gone, that means he's gone with the values?
It's a great question. I was listening to an interview on the BBC, and they were asking a black golfer how to make golf more attractive to black kids. And he said, take the program to the schools. Start early. Same principle. If we want to get the society to become more accountable, to respect probity, love for fellow man, patriotism, we've got to have these things right from kindergarten. It's not about A is for apple, or P is for, I don't know, P for patriots, or N for Nkrumah, and then teach the children what these things are right from the early stages. So you grow up, and they do this in other countries. They teach them these values right from kindergarten. It's maybe too late for this current generation, but the future generations are coming. If we do this constantly from that age and take it all the way through ethics, civics, love for country, through songs, through storybooks, the history of the president could be reduced to a reader for a class 1 boy. I saw a beautiful one on Justice V.R.A.C. Crab in the bookshop, and it was great. So we could do that. We could do that for all our leaders who have gone through and left interest. So from the very small, young age, people get to know about these people. Go to America, the kids are talking about George Washington, who died 200 years ago, maybe. But they still have kept these people. These are the values they stood for: independence, liberty, or death, that kind of thing. So we've got to bring it down to school level. So it grows up in the children. It becomes as easy as ABC.
Captain Akaku, we are almost in almost moving to the second part of the day, and very soon the day would end, and then the next day would be the day before the burial. Then it means that we are going to put the former president to rest. Look at the beautiful production the military had put together here. Very beautiful one. Even though we know it's a funeral, but you can look at it. Everything is systematic and everything is arranged and done very well. And I know it's painstaking. You have taken time to achieve those results. When you were growing up and you were going to go into the military, did you imagine that you were going to be one part of a show like this one? That your time as a military officer, you saw the funeral of a former president, and it was done and you were part of it, that you have to tell your children.
Thank you once again, Gabi. Growing up, wanting to be a military officer, I actually didn't know this was how beautiful or spectacular things were going to be when I joined the service. But joining the service, I came to understand that the military does not just do things anyhow. They put measures in place for things to be done creditably. I'm not saying this because I'm a military officer, but I'm saying this for a fact that the military does not compromise on discipline. They always want their standards set, and it is being taken to do rehearsal. But after today, or after the burial of our former president, now former commander-in-chief, I am sure those who actually planned this event would and say bravo to themselves for the good work done.
I am proud to be part of this day to see how things are put well for our former president, for him to rest in the bosom of the Almighty God. And I'm sure I would also be able to put something down, write something to tell my children that yes, I was part of this day when our former president was laid to rest, and I can also tell the story as we have seen in documentaries, other leaders telling their side of the story when they worked hand in hand with the president.
Have we? Jerry John Rawlings, Flight Lieutenant, former president, former commander-in-chief. His name was a household name. People mention it, they mention it with confidence, and you see that whatever they describe is it. Now, if you hear some of the comments from people who are being interviewed, do you think that the people are being genuinely constructive, genuinely they are being truthful? Or is it one of the issues that no, we don't speak ill about the dead?
I've had the opportunity to interview 10 people today who had gone to fire pass and they've come back, and my producer put them for me to chat with. None of them were 100% in full praise mode. They balanced it. Some said, well, I disagreed with him on a number of issues, but we agreed on this issue. I didn't like this about him, but big picture, I'm not even part of his party, but I recognize him for who he was and his contribution to the development of Ghana. So that's the sense I had from everybody I spoke to, that they were just being honest, that you may not necessarily love him like your favorite uncle or relative, but hey, recognize the contributions that he made. 19 years in office, even put that aside. VAT, rural electrification. One of my guests, who was the former tourism minister, she's now MP for Techiman, I think North. South is where the issue is. North. Her father was also worked with President Rawlings. And she said, look, PNDC, that the interstate law, if she's going to remember him, she's going to remember him for that law that was brought into effect. Because it meant that if a man passed away, there was no confusion over whatever assets he had. Everything was regulated by law. A former deputy finance minister talked about VAT and the importance of the financial structures that we are now enjoying that were put up in his time. And his influence is far-reaching. Another person told me of how there was a decision for the Black Stars not to take part in the Africa Cup of Nations. Chairman Rawlings at that time reversed that decision.
Yes.
Organized, took the boys to Libya. We won, and that's the last one we've been boasting. It's almost 40 years, you know. Hopefully next year we'll be out of the desert and we'll win it again. But his imprint has been found in so many parts of our life. Of course, there are those who also don't care much about him. And I remember reading comments from people who didn't really care much about him and were even happy to know that he'd gone. But you're going to have people like that. Nobody's going to love you 100%. Sure. And people are going to love you. Someone will hate you. But over the arc of time, I mean, I'm sure history will look kindly on President Rawlings. He said this is a man who had a genuine desire to do right. You may not agree with his methods, the way he came into power. I mean, one of my guests who I was speaking today said when he went to inform President Rawlings of the passing of his uncle, at the end, he was supposed to take a photo together, and he refused to take the photo with President Rawlings because he said he didn't want to associate with the coup. And he said President Rawlings actually called him later on and had a conversation with him about why they did certain things. So he was a man who I think wanted people to understand him.
Sure.
And people are balanced in their appreciation of him. Yeah. There's good and there's bad. Yes. Nobody can be 100% good.
And that's the world.
That's the world, yes.
The important thing is that what was your focus? What was the vision? And what was the direction? Did the direction give the people and the country any positive marks?
Exactly.
If it gave the people and the country a positive mark, then that is what we're all good to go with.
And
that is it.
We're still in the Fourth Republic. And that came from 92.
92. Yeah. That is the longest serving. The longest serving. And for him being the first president of the Fourth Republic, first president of the Fourth Republic, and now the fifth president of the Fourth Republic, an indication that this is democracy that had come to stay.
Indeed.
And if we had come to see a democracy that had come to stay, go through some principal streets, and it will give people the opportunity to recognize and appreciate that this is a former president that served this country and served this country very well. And we are going to put the country to rest.
In the constitutional
so this is it. And the people will agree and line up the streets. And I don't think that anybody would complain about this is what I've instructed for us to follow.
Because the Fourth Republic was established in 1993 after the elections in 1992. So we credit him because he built the foundation. And ensure
when he leaves here initially, it will be placed in the hearse to the Independence Square. But in the final day on the procession, it will be placed on the gun carriage, which will be attached to a vehicle. Now, the gun carriage is an honor. When your body is placed on a gun carriage, it's an honor reserved for generals and heads.
Marked an outward confirmation of Rawlings' adaptation to party politics after a successful election as president.
Or a mount that supports the gun barrel of an artillery piece, allowing it to be maneuvered and fired. Now, when we say a gun, in layman terms, everyone thinks a gun is a pistol, a small gun that you fire. But in military terms, the gun is a high or large caliber weapon. It's placed, and when those are the cannons, they sound like the cannons. They make the very, very loud noises and shake the ground at certain points. So these are handled by the officers and soldiers of the artillery unit. Yes. And then they will also be firing at the cemetery.
Then we'll see social distancing.
So now gun carriages have been used to
that is where
exactly so.
And this is what is likely to happen because people will be weeping uncontrollably, they'll be shouting.
He believed that
is where the whole issue ends. How do we ensure
confidence he had in
because you can't tell anybody not to shout, you can't tell anybody not to manage.
But I can confirm that you can speak with a mask covering your mouth and nose.
President Jerry John Rawlings
I have done it.
approved an extensive national agenda to fully develop key sectors by the year 2020.
On my nose and on my mouth.
Was a beautiful
people wanted to take photos and say, "Oh, drop the mask so you take a photo." I said, "Drop what? We're in the middle of a raging pandemic.
for a vision to be successful,
so you can walk.
It must be number one. There must be a leader.
You can try with your mask on.
Second thing is that it must be shared and supported.
And one thing I'm not really happy about is
comprehensive and detailed.
The communication.
The fourth and final thing is that
I don't understand why people will keep quiet with the mask on, and then when they want to talk, they drop the mask.
Now,
I just
Jerry John Rawlings
don't
being
get it for
the
the life
leader,
of me.
he initiated.
So some of them will tell you
we prefer ventilator.
But there was,
so we need to get the communication
in
out
my
in
view,
the media,
a lack of understanding.
Animations, little
Third
skits.
point about it being
I'm not really seeing a lot of communication on this. And I don't think the media houses have to wait for anybody to do that. They can actually, of their own accord, put these communications out because they have huge audiences.
Everything was
huge audiences on social media. huge audiences
And it was
on
positive and
the
it was
terrestrial
inspiring.
media. The message has to
The
go
one
down to
problem
people.
was
Wear the
that
mask.
those
You
who
can
were
talk in it.
supposed
You
to
can
be
walk in it.
implementing it
You can cry.
didn't really understand. They
Because you
didn't,
don't want- you
it
want to be
was
safe.
a very detailed
I go to
plan, and you
pharmacies
had
and
to
they say,
actually go
no
into
mask, no
the
entry.
details
But the
of
people in the
it
pharmacy
because
are
it
not wearing
involved
the mask.
agriculture, it involved
So what is the
transport
yesterday I had to
system,
talk to
it involved
a roadside preacher
even
doing
the
my
health
work.
sector because, as
First
you know, a
all,
lot
it's
of people
disturbing.
come from the
And
neighboring
he was not wearing
countries
his mask. So I asked him, where's your
to
license?
have
Where's your mask?
medical tourism here. So
Young
it was
kind of
all there. It's just that
so
the
we
details
need
of it
to
which
just respect
needed
the
to be
protocols
worked
and we need to communicate
wasn't
it.
done
Once we have
properly,
the
or they
power
weren't
of
done
microphone,
properly.
we have to let
And
people know
a lot of them, frankly,
that
thought that
wear your mask,
in the year 2020 everything would
observe the
just
social
arrive,
distancing,
which of course it didn't.
sanitize,
And that was the failure
wash
of
your
it. But
hands.
to have someone at that young age understand
that we should be
that
each other's
such
keepers.
a
Indeed, those of
vision
us who
was,
know that we can talk with a mask on. Yes, should be
doable.
able to. When you see someone,
and of course, there is
the
the 2020 has some significance.
You've been here since
Eyesight
9 o'clock. You've been here
2020
since
means
9
you have
o'clock.
perfect
And the
eyesight.
mask is on.
The mask
So
is
it was
on.
Yes.
very well chosen.
I've done interviews.
It's
I've done
just
10
that
interviews.
it
With
missed
the
the
mask
mark,
on.
not because
So it is not.
he failed
It's a
in
life and death thing.
communicating
The mask
it
prevents.
or leader initiating it. It was
I'm even wearing
11
two.
years of his
the implementation of it. Why
and now
Please,
8 years of solid democratic rule with the NDC, and he was the people's man. Now the people's man is gone. The values that he stood for, how do we ensure that those values still stay with us? Or is it that if he is the owner of the values and he is gone, that means he's gone with the values?
It's a great question. I was listening to an interview on the BBC and they were asking a black golfer how to make golf more attractive to black kids. And he said, take the program to the schools. Start early. Same principle. If we want to teach, get the society to become more accountable, to respect probity, love for fellow man, patriotism, we've got to have these things right from kindergarten. It's not about A is for apple, you know, or P is for, I don't know, P for patriots, or N for Nkrumah, and then teach the children what these things are right from the early stages. So you grow up, and they do this in other countries. They teach them these values right from kindergarten. It's maybe too late for this current generation, but the future generations are coming. If we do this constantly from that age and take it all the way through ethics, civics, love for country, through songs, through storybooks, the history of preserve could be reduced to a reader for a class 1 boy. You know, I saw a beautiful one on Justice V.R.A.C. Crab in the bookshop, and it was great. So we could do that. We could do that for all our leaders who have gone through and left into us. So from the very small, young age, people get to know about these people. Go to America, the kids are talking about George Washington, who died 200 years ago, maybe. But they still have kept these people, the values they stood for, independence, liberty or death, that kind of thing. So we've got to bring it down to school level. So it grows up in the children. It becomes as easy as ABC.
Captain Akaku, we are almost in almost moving to the second part of the day, and very soon the day would end, and then the next day would be the day before the burial. Then it means that we are going to put the former president to rest. Look at the beautiful production the military had put together here. Very beautiful one. Even though we know it's a funeral, but you can look at it. Everything is systematic and everything is arranged and done very well. And I know it's painstaking. You have taken time to achieve those results. When you were growing up and you were going to go into the military, did you imagine that you were going to be one part of a show like this one? That your time as a military officer, you saw the funeral of a former president, and it was done and you were part of it, that you have to tell your children.
Thank you once again, Gabi. Growing up wanting to be a military officer, I actually didn't know this was how beautiful or spectacular things were going to be
when I joined the service. But joining the service, I came to understand that the military does not just do things anyhow. They put measures in place for things to be done creditably. I'm not saying this because I'm a military officer, but I'm saying this for a fact that the military does not compromise on discipline. They always want their standards set, and it is being taken to do rehearsal. But after today, or after the burial of our former president, now former commander-in-chief, I am sure those who actually planned this event would hit their chest and say bravo to themselves for the good work done. I am proud to be part of this day, to see how things are put well for our former president, for him to rest in the bosom of the Almighty God. And I'm sure I would also be able to put something down, write something to tell my children that yes, I was part of this day when our former president was laid to rest, and I can also tell the story, as we have seen in documentaries, other leaders telling their side of the story when they worked hand in hand with the president.
Have we? Jerry John Rawlings, Flight Lieutenant, former president, former commander-in-chief. His name was a household name. People mention it, they mention it with confidence, and you see that whatever they describe is it. Now, if you hear some of the comments from people who have been interviewed, do you think that the people are being genuinely constructive, genuinely they are being truthful? Or is it one of the issues that, no, we don't speak ill about the dead?
I've had the opportunity to interview 10 people today who had gone to file past, and they've come back, and my producer put them for me to chat with. None of them were 100% in full praise mode. They balanced it. Some said, well, I disagreed with him on a number of issues, but we agreed on this issue. I didn't like this about him, but big picture, I'm not even part of his party, but I recognize him for who he was and his contribution to the development of Ghana. So that's the sense I had from everybody I spoke to, that they were just being honest, that you may not necessarily love him like your favorite uncle or relative, but hey, recognize the contributions that he made. 19 years in office, even put that aside. VAT, rural electrification. One of my guests, who was the former tourism minister, she's now MP for Techiman, I think North. South is where the issue is. North. Her father was also worked with President Rawlings. And she said, look, PNDC, that the interstate law, if she's going to remember him, she's going to remember him for that law that was brought into effect. Because it meant that if a man passed away, there was no confusion over whatever assets he had. Everything was regulated by law. A former deputy finance minister talked about VAT and the importance of the financial structures that we are now enjoying that were put up in his time. And his influence is far-reaching. Another person told me of how there was a decision for the Black Stars not to take part in the Africa Cup of Nations. Chairman Rawlings at that time reversed that decision.
Yes.
Organized, took the boys to to Libya. We won, and that's the last one we've been boasting. It's almost 40 years, you know. Hopefully next year we'll be out of the desert and we'll win it again. But his imprint has been found in so many parts of our life. Of course, there are those who also don't care much about him. And I remember reading comments from people who didn't really care much about him and were even happy
funeral
that he's gone. But you don't have people like nobody's going
the proper funeral will take place, and to the cemetery we have other colleagues and other members who also constitute other
had a genuine desire.
Unique groups. Right. We have the wreath bearers, those smartly turned out ladies who carry the wreath to be laid. We have the gun, the 21 gun salute. We have a commander in charge of them. You know, with the military, we don't just do things in isolation. You are guided by leaders so that when things go wrong, they would answer, and when things go right, they would answer. Yeah. So for the gun salute, the 21 gun salute, I think the commander is the person of Captain Abdul Mubarak Yakubu from the 66th Artillery Regiment. The wreath, the gun carriage, as my colleague T said, the gun carriage, the vehicle that will be linked to the gun carriage. There is also a commander who is in the person of Lieutenant Jones Amwako, and he will be assisted by the battery sergeant major in the person of W1 Mate George. So, as and when developments come, whoever we recognize will let our viewers know what actually is taking place and who is in command and who are those doing exactly what they are doing.
The first one, and how people decided to respect the Constitution. In other countries, other leaders are just deciding to amend constitutions and carry on.
There are leaders who went to power with President Rawlings, and they're still there right now. You know, people have changed constitutions, people have disrespected the will of the people. But in 2000, how was it? He took his 2 terms and he went into retirement. So
that's so that we are now looking at the story end after 73 years. Story ends after 73. Leaving behind.
We're going to stay on for one more day.
Who can fault
would have lost the complete support of them.
Fortunately, one of them has jumped into politics. And not a member of parliament. So part of the legislature and part of medical structures. We pray for the others. For the other brothers and sisters and the brother to also see how best they can help in the contribution. Or everybody should be left alone to do what he considers to be his own taste.
Well, I think the Royce himself will be the first to say that everybody can contribute to the development of Ghana, and not necessarily as it's a right for the people. If you feel that as a banker, that's your contribution to Ghana, if you are a seamstress, welder, broadcaster, military officer, as long as we're all pulling the same direction, because we can shine wherever we are. So sweep speaks.
final journey of such a great man, you have to know that 8 a.m. it starts, you get closer, you get to your TV, sit down, and then as the activities you also say a word of prayer for the former president.
pay the ultimate price. He was ready to do that for the good of this country. His main interest is about the people.
Yet, divided opinions.
Nobody heard Papa's side of the story.
They look like
Jerry John Rawlings.
Which young person doesn't
Testimonies to a patriot.
Where it's all about respect and authority and law and order.
The government has the obligation, the moral responsibility to be seen to be fighting against corruption all the time.
Officers can also come to the schools and catch them young. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about this primary school thing. So they should come down to the primary school, change people's minds from there. But some people may just catch that spirit at that age and say, I want to be a soldier.
Having handed over from AFRC to civilian government in 1979, Jerry Rawlings believed government of the people must be through a representation of the people.
I mean, for any officer...
All of you assembled here are also the government, because the PNDC is a government that is or should be run by the people.
Rawlings felt that democracy had already been established.
The last day that he was supposed to be...
Even during the PNDC days. Don't forget. The decentralization process has started somewhere in 1985.
Yes. But he served, and the time that he was in the army, he served his nation. And we're all very proud of him.
The Fourth Republican Constitution
and it's all about the legacy
was just to extend
so I love the open
document,
but I think it can also go the other way. It can also
come to the written constitution.
We surprised us, but pleased us.
Very well said.
Surprised us because we didn't expect the military to empower.
We want to see you guys in town.
But pleased us that at least he's paying respect.
Opportunities in the army. We would love it.
I'm sure as you are saying it now, my bosses are
that's why I said it.
I would say for a fact that they would buy into it.
Yeah.
They would definitely.
Political.
It's all about sharing ideas, and once you have given us what you think we should also do, they will definitely buy, they will consider, and then
decision making.
I'm sure something will happen.
Is the good colonel your boss?
Distributed fairly.
The good colonel. Colonel Agriculture.
Yes.
This is my boss. I was in class with him, so I was sending him a small WhatsApp.
Yeah,
he was my classmate.
Early days of PNDC
school,
and the elaborate local government system.
To that level.
Sure.
Yes.
That rhetoric and slogan of power to the people was the catchphrase.
Look at it.
So to translate that,
almost everybody
he
has
called for decentralization.
These are the protocols. Let us live with
national development.
Those who are all coming to the conference center are respecting the protocol.
Yes.
But when you get out into the streets, now you hear people with mixed conversation.
Yeah, so we're
There's
moving
no disease. This is a hoax.
From the national
they are making money.
to the district, where the districts will take control by their own
people behave
administrative affairs
this way
and political
in a
affairs.
society and a country that we want to
given some special assignment,
of a disease?
administrative.
What can really cause human beings to behave like this?
Authority.
If your name is not on the voters' register, you cannot vote, and neither can you present yourself as a candidate for election.
And it reminds me of when I first took my children.
District-level elections were held in 1988, several years before the first presidential and parliamentary elections in 1992.
And then one of them asked,
then as much as he started as a military
well, for a start,
he accepted
the motorbike riders are respecting the traffic lights. Number one. This is number two. We don't see any rubbish around.
We do not have
number three,
a clear cut.
It's quiet. No horns. Beep. I said,
which was spelled out at time.
Law,
that within the next 4 or 5 years,
respect for authority and sanctions if you misbehave.
But the essence of his leadership was
we always forget about the sanctions when you misbehave.
Years. In fact,
so
more than
that kind of spirit must be taken to the
economic stagnation.
Let us assume that the whole of Ghana is an extension of Ghana.
That's
the kind of mentality we need to have. Just like the conference center has now become.
Eventually, Jesus had to go around the whole country,
where the rules are followed. Go in this way, you don't take
came back.
in the room,
presented his report.
You come out this way,
and
you sanitize,
according to the report,
you wear your mask.
The people,
no negotiation.
Who like it.
Follow the rules. You don't have to like them.
Multi-party.
But these are the rules for
democracy. Because there was nothing better than that.
Even animals.
Extensive study of democratic systems worldwide led to the setup of the Consultative Assembly, the drafting of the 1992 Constitution, which gave birth to the Fourth Republic of Ghana.
Follow the rules. That's all.
So for us to respect the Ghana, we will have to start
we have to
off
respect the principles
our fundamental law. That's our
order.
constitution.
You're seeing everything there beautiful.
And we have a constitution which in many
not a natural
ways
order.
stands
Order. Discipline is not natural.
In my view, head and shoulders above most.
It's not natural. So, Kafi, how do you feel? How do you feel when you hear the conversation now? Yes. Let's revisit the penalties. The penalties are too harsh. If you are arrested, you are fined.
Human rights norm. Initially, he came onto the scene through the barrel of guns and scariness and fire and brimstone.
And so Parliament should revisit that law
so many
and look at it because the penalty is too harsh.
The Constitution then, the then Constitution was abrogated.
We have all agreed that this is the way we are going.
Ruled by decree.
How soon do we decide to go back to the law and do? What do we want to? What do we achieve?
We also don't want to overcrowd the prisons because if we arrest everybody and send to jail, we're going to cause a problem that we are trying to avoid.
Once we became a constitutional democracy again, and let's face it, there were people, other people he came and met by who on the international scene, particularly on the African scene, who also came in by guns and bullets, and they never changed their character.
Well, I find that
but
it's not too
over
ridiculous.
the years, for me, on a conceptual basis, it's from one extreme to almost
middle class people find a covered test of 20 CDs too expensive. 12,000
life that is guarded.
Let's look around and see what is happening around the world. It's best practice. I've seen examples from UK and Singapore how they are handling it. That's the spirit of excellence. What is working elsewhere? We don't have to do this as if
manner in which
we are now preventing
of the military
sanctions for people who don't wear them. It's happening all around.
Let's
see what happened in Wuhan. Let's see what happened in Singapore. Let's see what happened in Job in South
Africa. Are not far from
and we learn. We learn from the best practice
of the Fourth Republic.
Ghana also learns from best practice.
Was established
same thing. When Larry King died, I was sad because for me he was the epitome of great broadcasting.
So
I learned from him. So we can do the same. What is working in countries that have managed to enforce mask wearing? That's why we have researchers.
I think
we don't just pay them money to just sit there and have the title. Find out what's happening. If I were president, I'll say, listen, find out. I want a report by close of business today. Tell me what is working in terms of mask. Joe Biden came in, he announced the 100-day mask wearing challenge. That's innovative. So all of a sudden, the thing has become like a game. And people like challenges because you're going to bring
the formation of the
people
National
on social
Democratic
media,
Congress (NDC) marked an outward confirmation of Rawlings' adaptation to party politics. After a successful election as president, the military uniform gave way to a new civilian look, a new perspective,
but
the same firm principles of probity and accountability.
With all respect,
the preamble of our national constitution.
Let us make Ghana an extension.
Reflect
America.
The principles which he held sacred.
Let us make Ghana an extension of America. Yes,
so that we can see results.
Are we not seeing it?
Touchstone of Belgium for
beautiful results.
It's beautiful.
It's orderly results. And with this environment, how do you catch COVID?
That an elected or appointed person
everybody is organized. Everything is going according to time. It's clockwork.
His or her stewardship to the
people. Yeah, so that's it.
If they had not taken control of this, I'm telling you, by this time, the whole Accra would have been.
Yes, and it won't happen because people are in charge.
State.
Yeah, and there are people are following protocol.
If we did that,
the confidence.
So we're still at the Accra International Conference Center, where the state of the former president is going on.
President Jerry John Rawlings approved an extensive national agenda to fully develop key sectors by the year 2020.
The Vision 2020
by heads of security agencies. Now we've also seen
this year would have seen its fruition.
Of leaders of political parties, and we got the opportunity to talk to some political party leaders here, and then we had officers, staff and officers of the former president also. Later in the day, we would see traditional and religious leaders also doing filing past, and then the general public for this day one.
Now,
before we move to for the two, before we move to
he spread it
3. That will be Tuesday. That will be tomorrow.
What it was about.
Right. And we're expecting that day 3 would also be as calm, as orderly,
in my view,
as beautiful as we are seeing today. So far as the military will still be in charge, and it's a conference center, and the whole Ghana is aware that when you get to the conference center,
Ghana Airways,
these are the people in charge.
Everything was tuned into that.
There is no
and it was positive
no
and it was inspiring.
Face masks or you don't come in.
The one problem was that those who were supposed to be implementing it didn't really understand.
Right.
They didn't. It was a very detailed plan, and you had to actually go into the details of it because it involved agriculture,
the way we love ourselves, and
the
way
transport
we love
system,
tradition.
it involved
even
the health sector, because as you know, a lot of people come from the neighboring countries
and so you can see
medical tourism here. So it was all there. It's just that the details of it which needed to be worked wasn't done properly, or they weren't done properly. And a lot of them, frankly, thought that in the year 2020, everything would just arrive, which of course it didn't. That was the failure of it. But to have someone at that young age understand
the people
that such
have really respected, lived a certain style with it, and therefore
was doable.
Lead a certain style with it.
And of course, there is the 2020 has some significance. Your eyesight,
to establish
2020
a very solid
foundation
for
so it was
culture
very well chosen.
And our traditional background.
It's just that it missed the mark, not because he failed in communicating it
WhatsApp before I
leader initiating it.
Somebody was sent me a message.
The implementation of it by the players, the individual players.
They were hearing.
They were the ones that filled it.
Adowa.
When he gave me my
President Rawlings
credentials,
and I said, "Why his wife is Accra?"
Chenu. He called everybody.
You're playing the Adowa in support of his